gonna buy this right now while I'm
All
on
right.
stream.
So, welcome. If you're
Fucking get it.
welcome if you're joining us to Group Five here, Section Five, which is cool. Um,
Cinco.
Hopefully, we'll see what happens today. A bit of shenanigans last session, right? With coming into the pass, interacting with the Stuargar, and attempting to get a meeting, attempting to fight them, right? Going back and forth. Eventually, we had a capture and just restraints kind of escorting you to potentially where this prince was for an audience, so you lay down the weapons. And from information based on Kalima's tracking and other sorts of skills, and Nereus as well, there was some back and forth, and then Tardan came into the mix, right? As Tardan got away, and then there was an eventual hightail kind of getting around through the bushes, getting around to the mountainside to catch these two, or to catch this small encampment, I should say, by surprise, right, as quickly as possible, before you all went into some place that was untrackable or too dangerous, right, to navigate through. So a fight ensued. This fight, these two was quite intense. There's a lot of them. It got pretty rough. Things were not looking good at some times, but fortunately, Nereus and Kalima's position was exquisite. There was a fog cloud in Nereus as well that was creating this massive disorientation. The ice helped quite a bit as many of them fell into it. Thanks to Horak kind of striking into the ice and sending many of them going down. I think we also had the actual particular NPC, the commander, I should say, Malram, kind of get shoved through the fire at one point, right, and kind of getting bounced around, not really able to do significant impact from what you observed upon one of your friends before the restraints happened, right, from trying to flip over. So it was really good tactically, this fight, and how it was navigated in a lot of different ways. So anyways, we're going to pick up kind of where we left off. There's one particular Durgar that is, I believe, in mid-flight, right? Kind of still running away. And so the decision was to kind of catch up or follow them. So Kalima and Nereus are both following. And then I believe Farak, you are following at this point. You're on the trail and going with. As I believe you bounced out earlier, so that's what we kind of had you doing, is kind of following that person. And then the rest of you are killing the unconscious ones, finishing them off, and then going to pursue this one. So I believe that's what was happening.
Tardan was murdering everybody, yes.
Yeah, Tardan was murdering everybody.
I was wondering, like, done. Just execute stuff.
Exactly. Going through the execution. So I'm going to go ahead. We don't need to go through the roles of this particular individual of killing the particular individual that's running away. All I need to know is are you killing this individual, or are you going to capture this individual that's running away? Is really the question.
We're just eliminating everybody, and then we can go back to our take these supplies, go back to caravan, and continue on our way. That's at least Marius's belief.
So yeah, I don't want to try to eat up, right, going through roles and other things. It's not necessary because there's foot of travel. I'm going to go ahead and just showcase what exactly transpires, right? So with Nereus and Kalima, you on top of the actual cliffside, you're continuing to scale through. Arrows are coming by. If you're sending your actual water bot, you're setting him off, and this Durgar is just full on running. Eventually, he gets over the hilltop, right? Remember, I mentioned there was kind of a mound hill, some elevation, and then a drop behind it. That's when the cliffside kind of runs down and then out, right? Now you're kind of in the open space as the trees are now growing closer and closer, then separating. And as you reach this apex, I should say, Harak, you get to the top end. You see the Durgar continuing to trot, now mortally injured at that point, right? He's coming down the actual snow and working its way down that entrenched path. Seems to about 60 to 70 feet. In the drop, there is a rock that kind of builds up into the mountainside that continues to kind of funnel and kind of staggers as it does as it funnels with trees growing on top of the mountainside as well as snow falling, is an opening into the mountain. Seems to be a cavern, a large gaping hole, right? That's just kind of craggly and working itself. And that is where the entrenched path is going. And that's where this Duergar is going. And this final kind of blows, Rock, you catch up. Duergar come with a swift smack, maybe some arrows, right? Another blast, and that Duergar is dead. You don't hear anything coming from the actual cavern and stretching and looking into it, and you don't see any shifting movements. It seems to be dark. And the lighting effect of happening, right? You have light outside, and then you got darkness in there. It's creating this kind of ambiance that you'd have to step into the mouth of the cavern to really get an idea of what's in there. So, with that said, I'm going to go and unpause it so people can move around, and that's kind of where we're going to go and start with the Duergar that's dead, 60 feet or so away from the cavern. Rock, you're over the body. Kalima, Nereus, you catch up with the body as well at that point, right? So you're all three up there, and then the rest of you, you're hearing the sound, right? The crippling Duergar through the howling kind of wind a little bit. So you can hear the death of that particular creature. And you don't see your friends, right? They've disappeared over the apex of that mound, that hill up ahead. So that's where we're going to go ahead and start.
Did we kill Malrin at the end of last session?
Oh, we murdered everybody.
Okay. Has anyone called dibs on his weapon?
We haven't even checked the bodies yet.
Let's
Indigo.
head back. And
Dougal?
let's turn around and start walking back.
Okay, Kalima follows.
Yeah, I'll go back too.
Indigo, are you okay? You look pretty...
What he's trying to
bad.
say is you look like you got your face kicked in.
You look like 3 pounds of shit crammed into a 4-pound can right now. You look terrible.
Like, I turn around like, what are you talking about? My arm is like dislocated. My face is about to fall off.
Kalima walks up to you here, Indigo, and touches your shoulder. Seems to restore healing into you. Some of your wounds have kind of parsed and healed through.
Thank you.
Are there
Smiles as she continues to walk by.
Animals here too that were pulling these wagons?
Yeah,
It's like
there's
goats.
yeah, there's a mass amounts of mountain goats that actually were tied. Specifically, I think I designated it was over here where that entangled spell was kind of. So they're kind of between those two rocks and those boulders at this point. They're roped up to the branches and brambles as well as the rock itself, and they're kind of pulling and shifting and moving. And they were used to pull the wagon that was filled with your weapons and the one that was kind of broken down and falling apart. But there's I think eight or 10, right? That are kind of bleeding and moving around. They're on these kind of harnesses, which is exactly what you've seen from the Rock Mining Company, which is currently on your a couple of your wagons actually as well, right? So they're the kind of same harnesses that can be hitched up onto the wagons.
While everybody's looking around, I'm gonna post up by that by the fire right there and just kind of take a minute.
He's going to lick his wounds.
Yeah. I'll pee on your wounds. Do you need somebody to pee on your wounds?
I am part jellyfish, so that could work.
Sir Dougal does walk up behind you, though, and put a hand on your shoulder and cast Cure Wounds, and you heal 3 hit points.
3 hit points.
Massive healing.
I put it on for you.
Nice.
I would like to investigate the tent.
Okay. So as you come into the tent, you can see that there is a kind of, not necessarily a lavish, but there's this blackened, dried mushroom husk that is neatly kind of placed in mats underneath a common bedroll made of wool with this kind of blackened stain to it. And from there, it seems to have kind of a roughed up sack of the backpack that this individual is wearing, and that's been placed up almost as like a pillow. That's on the back side of the tent flap as you open it. In addition to this, you see a small, kind of a medium-sized chest. It's wooden in nature with a kind of a couple different metal reinforcements. That's currently open, and then from inside that chest, you can see there's like poles and other sorts of bits and pieces of canvas that resemble maybe another tent, right? So maybe they kind of crack that chest open and then use that to prop open the tent. Other than that, there doesn't seem to be anything in here, as the tent wasn't actually here, right? They set up that tent, it seems. And so there's no material possessions besides that backpack that sits as the pillow.
Okay, can I grab the backpack and just see if there's anything inside of it?
Yeah, you can. So as you grab the backpack and you begin to kind of take the flap, you notice there's water skin kind of dangling from the side. There's a clanging of something, and as you kind of open it, you can see there's pots and pans in there to cook with. There are these dried rations. They don't seem like any meat that you have any familiarity with. It's kind of this blackened, almost greenish meat, and it's been dried and salted and cured. And it has very much of an ammonia smell, kind of a fishy smell that's coming off of it. Other than that, you're able to find that there are kind of change of clothes, potentially kind of clothes that was maybe another pair of trousers or shirt, and they seem to be quite common. There's nothing in here like exquisite materials. It's like as far as silk, it seems to be either wool or this kind of blackish canvas, which is resembling that of the mushroom husk that's kind of underneath. From there, there's a small clay jar with kind of a canvas and a lid that's like a stopper, and as you open that up, it's filled with dried mushrooms. They don't seem to be one particularly or like each one is like a fruiting body, like each one is a mushroom. It seems like they're all like a piece from one mushroom, like they've been cut up, right, and then dried out. There is a small piece of parchment that's been kind of folded together, and that's tucked underneath a few different tools or mechanisms to maintain the weapon that they carried, right? To maybe polish or other sorts of things for the armor and the shield. So you're able to kind of see that there's maintenance that this particular character might have been doing while they've been out in the field, quote unquote. And this parchment, as you're able to get it open and unveil it, it's particularly in a language that you don't understand. And it seems to be dwarvish runes, but they're different and they kind of flow out. And it's a paragraph of lettering.
Okay. I'm just going to take it and walk back to the group.
Okay. So we didn't, that time we had healing going on, so I just want to make sure that, are you just healing everybody?
Yeah, just I triage. Tardan gets 13. Harak and Dougal get 14 apiece.
Oh,
And then I put 8 onto you, but you get more than 8, right? You get 13.
Yes.
So I'll go 5 more. So you should be there. That's accurate for your health right now.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. A little bit better.
I wasn't even worried. It's fine.
What you got in the... What'd you find, Tardan? Bag or something?
Yeah, I think you and Sir Dougal here will be happy with this. And I'm just going to kind of like pull out all the food stuff and kind of like hold it in my hands to see if either one of them are interested in eating this weird colored looking stuff.
I look at Dougal.
way to sell. Way
Look
to
at
really
Dougal.
sell it, Tardan.
Look, I think this is fish. I mean, they were eating it, clearly.
If you have to ask, probably not worth eating, right?
I'll try some.
Shouldn't we get going?
We'll give some to Harak.
It's okay. It's not bad. It's not good. It's satisfying.
Tastes okay.
Best way I can resemble the taste of this, it is a kind of a salty cured shark.
Ooh.
Oh, like one of those big boys we fought on the boat.
I think Nereus makes a... Sorry. I think Nereus makes a good point.
I concur, but I think Harok wants to loot the bodies.
I just want to get the weapon from Malrin.
Okay, so you're grabbing that hammer, war pick kind of thing. It seems to be it can be wielded single-handedly. It could also be wielded two-handed. So you're able to kind of see that. Malrum did have a shield, but it looks to be common, similar to what everyone else has. The hammer itself is unique, and now that you're getting up close and personal, you can see from the actual shaft of this hammer. There are these runes, similar to Dwarvish, but it's a different language, and they kind of work themselves out. As you pick up this particular hammer, in addition to what you can see on Malrum's actual body, there's a kind of a goldish ring with a purplish kind of a gem within it. And that is actually on the right hand, one of the fingers there. There's no amulet on the neck or anything, but you're really kind of focusing on this hammer, and you kind of pick it up, and as you do, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh.
Hell does that mean?
That's probably cursed.
Is he dead?
No, he's not. I mean,
Wait a minute.
Not yet.
Surely there wouldn't be an item that
Oh my
that does
god.
anything. Oh, I keep holding down control. Stupid.
It's okay, but we got your first roll coming out highest anyway. So 14 plus 3, that should be a 17 on the actual roll. So 17 comes through. And you seem like there's some presence within your mind, and it's pain, right? You have an ache, maybe similar to a headache, but nothing damage is dealt. And suddenly this voice just like pierces through your ears. Who are you?
Does it seem to be coming from the weapon?
It's coming from your mind right now. It's in your brain. So you're just like hearing in your conscious thoughts.
Okay. If there was like a magic mouth on this hammer, I wouldn't talk to it, but yeah. I am the one who killed Malrin.
You killed Malrum? Slight rage overcomes and tries to push through some of your barriers, but your saving throw holds true.
Who are
Does
you?
anybody else hear this?
No.
I'm just like holding this thing.
Brock, you
Talking
can
to it.
either talk in your mind or you can talk out loud. That's your call.
Oh, I'm saying this out loud.
Okay, so you're hearing this out.
My name is irrelevant. What you need to know is that you've killed my master, and for that, there will be suffering.
Unleashes again. This time I need you to make another wisdom saving. Your will holds true. It's not able to pass through.
Strong-willed you are, not able to get through. Your name, what is your name?
Well, you tell me yours, I'll tell you mine.
No, never.
What if I just threw you back into that icy water? Wonder how long it would take for someone to find you.
No consequence. Maybe a more worthy warrior.
Nereus. Can you come check this out?
I assumed you were talking to yourself. What is it?
Can you sense anything on this weapon? Don't touch it if you can avoid it.
I don't know what you want, an Arcana check?
Yeah, I mean, you can roll an Arcana check. You can do detect magic, right?
He doesn't have detect magic, so.
Yeah, I mean, you're just looking at it. It
Yeah,
has
like,
you don't speak Undercommon either, so you can't read the runes that are on the shaft. I mean, it looks like a hammer, and it's got some runes in the shaft, but I mean, go ahead and roll Arcana. I think
actually.
we can give a roll out.
What do the runes say?
Yeah, so as you read the runes, they speak as if there has been a particular mind placed within the hammer to imbue it with power. As you roll an Arcana check here of 11, from what you can tell is that there could be magic involved, could not. It's, the runes themselves speak that this is not a common weapon that someone would take pride, but it could also be maybe just token of affection that they've decided to spruce it up a bit. From your Arcana check of 11, the ring upon Mullen's hand is actually something of.
If you guys would like to see if they're magical, I could spend about 10 minutes ritual casting detect magic. Throwing it out there as an option.
Harok, I would recommend you don't wield that weapon for now and grab the ring. We can let him spend his time once we're back with the caravan. He doesn't even look at Tardan.
I'll do that. I'll do it not because you suggested it, because it was what I was already going to do.
Is that what you say out loud after you asked him for help?
No, that's not my in-character thought.
Okay. That's totally fine. He doesn't care what you're reasoning.
Shall we carry on with our expedition then? What do you guys say that we put these horses on one of these carts and just kind of throw all their stuff in one of it? Never know, it may fetch a gold or two when we get to town.
I am at least a little nervous about what other terror these Duergar have wrought. And I don't want to show up somewhere new with some recognizable stuff from well-known criminals.
Actually, now that I think about it, there are some Duergar missing from when the four of us got ambushed. It's possible they're still down the road. So maybe it's best that we go back the way we came. What do you think, Nereus? Unless you guys are itching for another fight today. I think that we go back up the cliff and on down the other side.
It's
Yes.
the quickest way. Let's get back to the caravan and continue on out of this cursed mountain. You can't even see the ocean.
Hey, Nereus, there's water right there for you, bud. Go ahead, take your swim.
That is fresh water.
Wait, there are different types of water?
Nereus just walks away.
I'm gonna climb the cliff and just start heading back the way that we all came.
All right, Tardan, as soon as you begin to walk away, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, please. So there is an odd tingle happening, kind of a sensation, if you will, as it kind of vibrates outwards. You're unsure of the source, unsure where it's coming from. As you kind of hesitate and stop to take the feeling in, something draws and pulls your attention towards the mouth of over the hill, so potentially of where your party members had gone. Nothing dramatically pulling you there, nothing forcing you there, nothing telling you to go there. And as soon as you actually looked into that direction, and that tingle almost was satisfied or sated and just stopped, and every other sensation had ended with what was happening.
Kalan, come on. Is she
Kalan
not
is-
prone, or is she on top of somebody?
She's like laying down or like eating food and like putting things onto the fire currently.
Hey, did you guys see anything back in that cave? Anything interesting over there? Anything where you guys chased that dude down?
What you say? You're up on the cliff. What?
I'm gonna come jump down off the cliff onto this poor dude's body, using it to break my fall.
That's not how prone bodies work.
Who left all these pillows laying around?
Tardan's a little heartless. For those of you that chased down the Duergar in that direction, I'm gonna point back behind us. Was there anything interesting that away over there somewhere, maybe, possibly?
No.
Couldn't tell. Bad visibility.
There's nothing interesting about going underground.
Oh, so there was a cave.
Oh, Nereus, you done goofed up.
I
Hammer.
don't think so.
Do you think we should go underground?
You curious what's over there, Tartan?
D- you know, like, I kind of want to go over there.
Let me be clear. Last time you wanted to go over someplace, everyone was captured and I had to rescue you.
I didn't.
Let's go.
What? There was one road. How am I getting blamed for us getting captured? Nereus, I don't like your attitude, sir.
I don't like you.
That's completely fine.
I think Dougal and I are just passing food back and forth right now.
Watching.
We're just watching as we're chewing.
Like a box of popcorn.
Yeah.
Darius is going to climb up and start heading back the way that we came.
Okay. Are we leaving?
It would appear so. Oh, Harak, by the way, I negotiated with your hired hand there on your behalf. He wanted 5 gold to come save you. And as I say that, I'm just going to head towards Cliff.
No comment.
Well, guess we'll go get the others. Bring it back to
I'll
the
just-
wagons.
Take
Want
my
that as well?
ring and get out of here.
Okay.
Oh, wait, am I carrying the hammer? Do I need to carry the hammer? Who's carrying the hammer?
Yeah, who is carrying the hammer? That's a good question.
I thought it was in my hand the whole time.
Okay, I just was making
well,
sure.
Marius
'Cause-
said not to hold it, but you don't.
Yeah,
have
that's
to.
why I was curious if you were having me look at it when we got back, if I was carrying it with me or
Yeah,
what was going on.
are you strapping it to your back? Or are you just going to hold it?
I'm holding it,
Oh, well, voices
which
continue.
is a great thing. When we leveled up, did we get spell slots for our new spells?
All level ups constitute full health and spell slots, similar to a long rest, just not a new day.
Oh, so we didn't have to go through all that healing.
No, you didn't, but it was cute to see. It's a good roll. I think I did not mention that, so my apologies. I don't think I mentioned that. But how I do level ups could be a little arcade video game-ish, but I feel oftentimes, if you're in a situation, right, you're getting new spells, new things are happening, right, you might as well get those. It might be on peak performance. So yeah, level ups are a long rest technically. With it's just not a new day, and it happens instantly.
Oh, sweet. I get all my spell slots back. Let's go.
So are we like leaving to get back on the road? Are we like leaving here and not coming back? Is that the plan?
That sounds like what Nereus wants to do. However, Tardan is very intrigued by
I mean, you
what's over that
hired
hill.
him to guide you to get to this city. not to explore a mountain cave. That's his line of
Well,
thinking.
technically, I paid you 5 gold to come with me for the day.
I'm not talking about this. He's talking about his general, like right from when we were in Harak.
Fair.
We were just in such a hurry to leave the town for us to then get distracted, and potentially the people we're with die as well as the animals because of the environment. It seems silly.
Oh yeah,
just
we don't
wanna
have to
get
risk death anymore.
I can't help but thinking these things are just going to come after us again.
I agree.
Like, as soon as we go and we set up shop for the evening and rest, like, they're going to be right there again. Like, do you guys not have that feeling in the back of your mind?
Well, if we,
That when we wake up, like, in like 10 hours or whatever, there's going to be like 100 of them around us with the big bad.
what I saw
Look, what
with
could
the-
possibly go wrong?
Well, all the better to leave then. We'll just have to travel all night.
From what I saw, the cavern on the other side of the hill. You're probably trudging through the forest at this point off map, but who knows? It depends where y'all positioning. Kalan, I doubt they'll follow us if we get outside of the pass. It seems as though they come from somewhere, and maybe that cavern is where they come from.
Hey, Kalan, did you notice anything interesting about said cavern that no one will tell me anything about?
The visibility and the lighting did not allow me to look through. We didn't go in, no. Why are you asking?
Intrigue is the best answer I can give you. I felt as if I should go that direction.
I get in front of Tartum. I put my hand on his forehead. It's worse than I thought. You're going insane, sir.
I mean, I wasn't the one talking to a hammer, and I'm just gonna kind of like put my hand up towards Harak.
The voice continues. It's non-ceasing.
He has an appointment tomorrow. I'm fully booked. Gotta go.
It's best we find Burrow and Stilk and Frederick and get them back to the wagons, back to the animals. Kalan begins to trudge following Nereus.
Were there
Yeah, I
goats
guess-
tied up here? You said?
Say it again?
Did you say there were goats tied up like around? this
Yeah,
area?
there's like 8 or 10 of them or so. They're bleeding right now.
Can I round them up and get them to follow us?
Roll an animal handling.
Before I do that, I'm going to go ahead and cast.
You see, speak of that. Alright, so you asked them to follow you in goat talk?
Yeah, I'm gonna
Well,
within 10 minutes talking to a hammer and talking to goats.
one of the larger
Great.
females turns and looks towards you.
You want us to follow you? Meh.
Yes, you'll like it better where we're going.
Is there
Better
food?
than these
Meh.
graves. There is a lot of food. And all the tin cans you can eat.
Meh.
They start following you.
Meh. Sounds good. Let's go.
That's the assigned goat voice.
Alright. So we're all heading back?
Looks like that's the idea.
Okay. So as you begin to work, we'll just stay on this map, but as you begin to work through the trees, Nereus at some point, right, Kalan is kind of in a half pace and seems to move through here quite diligently. You're noticing the shadows and other sorts of scouts or patrols that were in that you're able to navigate through. They're no longer, you don't perceive them. Kalan is, continuously looking for them and doesn't see anything, and quickening the pace exponentially, right? Eventually catches up to you, and kind of forms maybe like a column that's far separated out as far as formation. You begin to kind of work through the trees and the kind of the forest, and getting back to that cave, right, that you all left, Burrow and Stoke and Frederick. And once you get there, you notice that there's smoke kind of billowing out. Voices are coming from inside. Kalan reaches them as soon as you. Eventually, the whole party gets to that point, and then you begin to take the trek, right, heading down, kind of the mountainside, if you will, getting towards where the wagons are at. Eventually, you get there. It seems though Burrow is quite tired and fatigued, being out in the elements and things for an extended period. No worries. Get Burrow inside. The animals seem to be okay. They haven't perished. Getting fed now, getting warm. With some of the actual fires that are being restoked there. It seems that everything's fine. The supplies are still in the wagons. Haven't been stolen. Nothing's been taken. They've just been kind of propped and put in position. All is quiet. Nothing is observed. Is there anything that you all are doing as you get back to these wagons or anything? That you're all here, kind of settling yourselves about?
I will look at Harok. Would you like me to identify what type of magic is affecting that hammer?
Yes.
Okay. Then I'll spend the first 10 minutes there just ritual casting detect magic.
Okay.
Actually, during that time, can I cast Protection from Evil and Good on myself to see if it has any effect on this thing? Or on me when I'm trying to wield it or whatever?
Okay. So casting that spell doesn't seem to have any effect, as far as you can tell. The voice is kind of taunting you at this point. Just being annoying inside of your mind, and just continually to almost be, whittle you down slowly and surely, to get you into a point where you might succumb to whatever effect it's trying to do. As the ritual casting of detect magic, as you begin to kind of move around and getting out to right, you're working hard at this point, finishing your ritual. There is magic that is embodied within this particular weapon, and as far as you can tell, the type of magic is similar to is necromancy, as far as the school is concerned. What magic it kind of emanates through is, again, the school is there, and it's giving out magic. In addition to that, there is magic associated with a particular ring that a rock had possessed. Wherever rock you put that, you're feeling magic come off of that. And that particular magic that's coming off of that ring, if I remember my schools correctly, would be, I believe, abjuration. Maybe not. Transmutation, maybe? I'm trying to think.
Abjuration would be like summoning something, so probably more than likely with the ring.
Let me see. I'm just going to be sure. I got to run through here. Giving you accurate
Abjuration, divination, evocation, conjuration, transmutation. Dunamancy. What a terrible name. If you're going to add one, at least fall into the pack.
I think it would be abjuration. Obviously, when we get to it, you find out what it is. Maybe not. But I think that's the best way to describe the school magic you're getting. I mean, it borderlines maybe into conjuration. Now that I'm looking at that school, but I think you're in abjuration.
Okay. I'm gonna look at Harak as I kind of look at the weapon. That weapon is infused with necromancy, one of arguably the darker arts. It may be worthwhile to store it in some way until we can remove kind of whatever is affecting it.
Your opinion has been noted. I'm gonna put on the ring and see if that changes this guy's tune.
Okay. Put it on the ring. And you don't hear any voice anymore.
Well, I don't know. It almost seems cruel to carry a trapped soul with ethereal earplugs in. I don't know. Oh well.
Arden's just gonna shrug and he's gonna head towards the first carriage. Are we ready to go yet?
See is Kalan and Burrow and Stook doing good work, trying to get everything corrected and make sure everything's proper and get things back together. At this point, I'm going to go ahead and advance just the time to the kind of appropriate value of how long it took probably to get back, as well as kind of making sure everything's good. And I'm going to go ahead and advance the map here, putting us back onto the actual pass. I don't know, as far as your positions, you can always correct those as we go, but the wagon itself, as you begin to start moving at this stage, the wagon that was blocking has been moved, has been kind of pulled and dragged, if you will. And you see that the bags themselves have been moved. From what you can observe is that there are tracks of goats and other things that have moved this particular wagon. From where they got them, is you only saw one particular group. Periods unclear. You also don't see any of the individuals above on the cliffside, taking great care, right, to perceive and stretch and see if you can see ballistas or whatever it was before. You're really analyzing and looking at those structures, and you don't see anything. The wagon that is here, that was underneath that tree, that's not there, right? It's attached to the map. But as you're looking for around, you don't see anything of these creatures before, and moving the wagon is rather odd, as it seemed that their objective was to stop just passage through here. And there was individuals that remained. As far as counting the bodies, you know, there was more than there was in the actual camp. Where they went, why they moved the wagon, is odd and unknown.
I'm just gonna go ahead and help Kalan get our wagon taken care of and set up.
Okay. Anybody else doing anything?
Not for me.
All right. So if no one's doing anything in particular, eventually these wagons, again, they've been pulled through at this point, kind of finalizing before you begin to head down. It is the morning. Kalan is eager to get going. Burrow is tired and weak, but is at the helm and gonna work. And Stilk is as naive as ever and excited for what the future lies. Frederick is still restrained at this point. Restraints were kind of removed at one point, but put back on. I'm gonna go ahead to say, and Frederick's wherever you want Frederick. So, is there anybody is wanting to do as you all get going through the pass?
I guess we're doing this, right, boys? I mean, like, we're blowing this popsicle stand.
Yeah, hopefully as quickly as is practical.
I mean, that's what we were doing before this entire thing happened, right? So
So as the wagons themselves, they get starting to get moving, and they're beginning to kind of navigate through just before you get about 20, 30 feet or so. Tartan, and you should make another wisdom saving throw.
Part of me wants to choose to fail this. I'm just throwing it out there.
So it's your call.
I think
6.
I failed it anyway.
You see is you're walking on the side of the wagon. You can be in, if you want, you can be on the wagon itself and inside of the interior space, but you feel compelled beyond measure. There seems to be something that is pulling you in the direction of the entrenched path directly to your north, the same path that these Duergar had moved or escorted your friends. As you're searching that feeling of compulsion, something becomes ever evident of a familiar object, that one near and dear that you attempted to find at one point in your life, were unable. The compulsion seems to grow from it. As you quickly pull it out and look, it seems to glow slightly. And as you stretch and you look at it in that glow, it subsides, and the compulsion is over. The wagon's continuing and moving.
I'm going to go ahead and stop Kalan. And I'm going to get out of the cart. This time, for the people in the cart behind me, you'll notice that Tartan's face is much more serious than it's probably been in the past. Even in the fight where I was dancing in and out of the fog and like having a good time, like I just look serious as I kind of walk up to your guys' cart.
Hey, Tartan. You good?
I know you are in a hurry and there are things that need to be done. However, I have to go into that cave. I can't explain it beyond more than an absolute must of who I am. If you guys decide to carry on without me, that's fine. I understand as well. However, I am going to the cave.
How far away is it, roughly?
I've traveled through the entrenched path, making way without the wagon, right, without the goats. You might be able to get back to the same area you were about an hour, a little bit more than that, hour and a half. At a quickened pace, right?
And it's currently 10 a.m.
Yeah, roughly.
Well, how about this? We'll let's make a deal. I think everybody here more or less wants to continue moving forward, but in deference to your urgency, let's spend 2 hours. So I'll give you until noon. And if your curiosity is still not satisfied, you might have to live with that.
Two hours is plenty. I'm sure that we'll find something of interest.
Only because as far as we go in, we have to return. So I don't think it would be prudent for us to wander off the path and be stuck somewhere strange after nightfall. And whatever I do or don't know about this place, I do know that the sun goes down rather early. So
you needn't worry about after nightfall. I have gained a new skill, and I can erect a safe haven pretty much anywhere. An impenetrable force
I'm gonna give Dougal a nudge. He said
And
erect.
it'll,
He
yeah,
said
he did.
erect.
and it'll fit all 3 wagons and 8 people and 6 goats in it.
The animals may have to stay outside. However, it can fit. I want to say it's 9 people, but I'm gonna double check. The spell fails. Creature and objects can pass through freely. All creatures and objects. Yeah, 9 creatures can fit inside the dome.
Well, other than definitely wanting to see you cast that, why don't we... Let's stick to the original proposal of 2 hours. I'll give you till noon. If by noon we haven't found what you're looking for, we are turning around.
2 hours is plenty. I feel it is prudent for our quest. And Tardan's just gonna head off without even like waiting on Nereus or Harak, because he has 2 hours. He just negotiated for 2 hours, so he's gone.
I'm gonna make an appeal to Nereus. I'm so sorry. No one's more upset about this than I am, but we're gonna spend a couple of hours until noon entertaining Tardan. I know that you two might have a right. Because he's more useful to us alive than dead, and I can't let him wander off alone. And if we don't have an hour or 2 to give, then what are we doing here?
I believe we're trying to get through this mountain pass. If he had such a feeling, why didn't he say anything when we were right there?
Feelings can be fickle. Sometimes they're not.
Well, I have a feeling that he's not going to come back alive if we take more than 2 hours.
Then you may hold me to my word. I will not let it go on any longer than those 2.
Sun's setting. Let's go.
I will stay with the wagons. We'll get them warm, and we have enough supplies and enough gear to survive a couple of days. We will wait in case you don't come back in 48 hours.
I'll go up to Kalon. If we're not back, go without us. Don't worry, I'll survive. And then he'll leave.
Oh, that was the plan originally before you all decided to come aboard. So yes.
I'm gonna give an arm slap on Torden's shoulder and say, "I'm with you. 2 hours or more, whatever you need. I plan to help Dougal find the forest. If you need to go in the cave, I'll help you do that too. It's no problem."
So since you're close enough, you'll actually see Tardan kind of like gripping the necklace a little bit. I appreciate that more than you'll ever know. And he just keeps his eyes focused on the distance.
Okay.
I keep pace with Torden.
All right. So at a quickened pace, we're going to put it about an hour and a half traveled. So as you begin to work your way through the entrenched path, obviously for those captive, this is effervescent, right, of the switchbacks and navigating through. Quickened pace, right? You don't have the wagon or the ghost. You're really tailoring, so you're kind of shoveling, and you also know where you're going, right? Coming across that encampment area, you notice that many of there seems to be potentially wolves stretched as you kind of come rounding around to the bend of trees and up. You see they're large wolves as they're beginning to gnaw away at the bodies and kind of snap their heads in your direction as you kind of come into a little bit of visible range, grab the bodies within the clutches of teeth and begin to work their way up the cliff sides and disappearing into the forest. Not any creatures that, I mean, they're clearly plenty of food here and don't want a challenge of any kind. So they clear the bodies, it seems a few of them, and they begin to disappear with the food that they've got. pushing through, now that you're sure that they're gone, you get over the apex and you begin to droop down. That's where I'm going to go ahead and activate this particular map, placing your tokens on there as you begin to approach. This is when you have visible light, visible range of what's happening inside as we're in daylight. As you get to this place in time, roughly about 20 feet, 15, 20 feet away from the cavernous entrance, that's about 35 feet high and craggly and different, almost like it's been carved out. Casting light, yes. It's the light spell. You're knowing that there are more of these wagons that are familiar in that encampment, and some of which have been broken down more than others. Wheels are missing, stripped. There's bits and pieces of their lumber that's been collected nearby. In addition to this, something that's actually not placed on the particular map are barrels. These particular barrels themselves are kind of metallic. They are almost perfectly, almost in a way, not necessarily molded, right? It's almost if you took like liquefied metal and then molded them to something. They've been cast in a way, right? Cast in a way. And so what you're seeing in them is piles of iron ore filled in, and it's kind of slopping and falling off of these barrels. There's only a handful of them, suggesting by the amount of wagons that you've seen and how much iron ore is currently within your wagons, there has to be more, much more. So wherever these barrels themselves are going, which resemble about 30 gallons as far as their volume is concerned, quite heavy, is odd. At the center of this cavern itself, you're seeing that there is a stone staircase that seems to begin to spiral down, descending around some sort of central stalagmite pillar that reaches up into a ceiling height that you can't observe currently, based on the fact you're still outside of the cavern. Based on all of your passive perceptions as well, you don't see anything. There's no movement, no shadows.
What do you think, Tartan?
I think I need to go inside. I'm sorry for the hassle, and I'm just gonna head on in. However, I do want to, as I'm walking in, cast detect magic with a spell slot.
Okay.
Just because I don't want to be caught off guard again.
Okay.
Be off guard again?
Caught off guard by the invisible people.
Be caught a cardigan?
Mm-hmm.
So as
I'll
you
catch a
begin to
cardigan.
walk in, detecting magic, you immediately stop as you get into this particular space, and that should be enough reach, as it seems as though there is something in particular that has been placed here, some magic that is orientating based on the spiraling staircase that goes around. You're unsure of what that is. With detect magic, as far as the school of magic that you're reading off of this, it seems to be abjuration.
There seems to be a familiar school of magic this way, very similar to that ring of yours, Harak. And I'm just going to head towards the stairs, kind of without waiting on anybody, seeing as how I have a limited time frame.
He's going to get us all killed.
Right, so as you begin to go through, now you get to see that the ceiling height of the actual cavern is roughly 50 some odd feet, and it kind of domes a little bit, but there's craggle of this black granite rock, right? That's all about, and it's very much a natural formation. Doesn't seem to be much in the way of artificial. And when you come to the staircase is neatly carved and made. As it begins to wind itself through, it begins to disperse, spiraling down into the darkness.
Tartan, let me
Yeah.
go first.
I will follow closely behind you as I have detect magic going, so if anyone is invisible, I will sense them.
Can I make a
ran into a bug. Nice.
Can I smell? I want to sample the air in this cave and see if it smells like anything familiar, particularly the Duergar.
Yeah, no, you're smelling this dried moisture, similar to the food that was pulled out. You're able to kind of get that smell as well off of here, and just sweat and just pluming out right towards. I'm gonna go ahead and, for the sake of it, seems like the aura coming off of the detect magic doesn't let me change scenes for some reason. So I'm gonna go ahead and end that effect. It was giving me an error that relog. Not that, probably at this point I'm just gonna go ahead and end it as well. You're getting a kind of a stank, if you will, but it's distant, right? It's not necessarily anything up close or personal to you. It's definitely something that's kind of coming through. And as you're beginning to, some of you are beginning to go down the staircase and beginning to round more and more, you're finding that there's boreholes that have been intentionally almost drilled in a way, providing kind of moisture or air to flow through into the particular depths. And they're coming up the sides of the cylindrical kind of extension down of the staircase that continues to spiral and spiral down. Where they bore out, you can feel a chill and a little bit of wind, but eventually that subsides as you're getting deeper and deeper and deeper into the earth.
Well, this is probably the worst case scenario, which is to say we're 20 minutes.
Arden.
We're 20 minutes to the time limit, and he found something. I don't know. What do you think? I say to both Nereus and Indigo.
How far down the cave is this conversation echoing?
It travels.
Well, not cave, but...
I mean, sound travels, right? Everything's open, it's echoing. Tarden seems to continue down, right? Tarden, you're continuing down the path.
I'm not whispering. This is conversation. This is not a stage whisper.
I'll take just a few feet to the stairs, and I'll turn around and say, I think we should give him as long as he needs, because I would give you as long as you need to find your forest. And then I will proceed to go down the steps.
We are going to die in these mountains.
I agree. Yes, I for once, you and I are in total agreement. I mean, I just hope it's not the last time that we're in agreement. But yeah, whatever odds we have of staying alive, they're better if we're together. So
They're better if we're with the caravan.
yes, I'm not saying they're best if we descend into this insanity. But
do you two think that complaining will make it more likely that you survive?
No, that I don't know. I'm just trying to keep everybody an equal level of unhappy.
Doing an excellent job.
Look, the sooner that we find what I'm after down here, the sooner we can go to your forest.
Exactly. TikTok. Step on it, Tarden.
However, I will say, let's not sacrifice being cautious as we descend this place at the mercy of a few moments. We don't know what's down here. Let's take it slow. Make sure we don't spring any traps. If this was my house, I probably wouldn't want somebody just walking into it.
I'm gonna
Let's just
stay in
be
the.
careful.
I'm gonna stay in the rear to guard our flank on the way down.
Okay. All right. So after a period of about half an hour, transverses by, you continue to travel through the darkness. You descend at a certain amount of feet. It's difficult to tell. In fact, it's quite unable to really understand how deep you have actually gone. Eventually, it opens up, seemingly a corridor. Light bouncing from Nereus whenever you cast your light spell. Where did you cast it, I should ask?
He just cast it on his spellbook.
Spellbook, okay. That light is bouncing around the corridor as it extends towards the eastern direction of this particular map. Just by standing at this space, and as it opens up, you're noticing the intricate carved walls. They seem to be of solid stone. They seem to be smooth, and only of the finest perception could you actually see there is some deviation, right, and some lumps and other things that are actually in the stone there. The corridor itself, it seems to have kind of like a 20-foot ceiling height, if you will, but it's definitely of a almost like a concaved design, in that it's resembling a little bit of a droop towards its center, I should say, and there is a level of perfection in how that's just not caving in, even though it seems to be extremely high in that way. The ceiling, though, it kind of begins to move down a little bit, just drops down a few feet, and in the distance, you can see that the light of your actual spell, even though the vision of all of you can't see this, the lighting itself seems to bounce off of something up ahead, past all of your vision. You're unsure as to the lighting itself is. Again, the corridor continues. It doesn't seem to open up or deviate, but in that distance, there is something.
And Tardan hasn't felt anything since we got here, right?
Correct.
I'd like to. I want to just kind of examine. I don't want us to blow up, so I'm just making sure that it doesn't look like there's any Home Alone business happening in this tight corridor with one exit.
So are you looking for traps? Or are you looking for, like, is that what I'm assuming?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that's probably.
Okay, so please make an investigation or perception check.
Guidance. Can I cast guidance? Can
You
I
called it.
offer him
Yeah, you called
some
it.
guidance?
If you have guidance and you call it before the roll is done, I'll allow it. So go ahead and roll a d4 after you roll that check. Okay, so 17. Go ahead and roll a d4. 1, so 18 total. So as perception as you're beginning to move through, your perception is based on seeing what's up ahead of you in your visible range. Now, Indigo, you yourself are a human, so you actually do not have dark vision, right?
Yes, correct.
So what you can see really is up ahead. You have the light spell of Nereus, and I'm going to go ahead and kind of advance you a little bit just in space. And as you're kind of searching and scanning, and now you're looking at the furthest reaches of your vision, you still cannot see any sort of tripwire. There's nothing changing as far as grooves within the walls. Listening for things, you don't hear anything except for the occasional drip kind of coming through from maybe an imperfection of the deviations I was talking about. But there's not anything that you're seeing and observing.
I kind of look behind and I kind of give him a.
Good enough for me.
Eventually, as some of you are moving up, you see it resembles that of a vault metallic door. It seems to have some sort of turned handle on this side, but locking mechanism is unclear. There doesn't seem to be any way of unlocking it, such as like a keyhole or whatnot. In fact, the hinge seems to be on the other side and is kind of embedded into the stone, if you will. On the actual center of the top side appears to be maybe a viewing port that can be shuffled open and viewed through the actual door, but that is currently closed. The door itself is roughly 7.5 feet tall.
Do we think, and I'm saying this out loud to kind of the group, that this door is locked and that as soon as we try to open it, somebody's going to pop through that peek hole at us? If so, it may be beneficial if I look the part of Morgrim. What do you guys think?
I don't think that's a bad idea, if I'm honest. Take his appearance and come in, just pound on that door like you own the place, but option A, what if they let you in? I don't think we can just walk behind y'all casual like, or maybe we do like.
That's interesting. I think your assumption that there's anyone alive on the other side of this door is presumptuous. Do I smell at this point? Can I smell anything less stale, fresher? Is there a stankier stank at this point than there
No,
was upstairs?
not necessarily. There's no air moving through. There's no boreholes that you can observe, and but you are breathing. There is air down here, so.
Wait
Does it
a
look
minute.
like the? Yeah.
They guys, these guys are gonna know, and Morgan's dead, right? Because there were guys at the pass. And when they left, they would have seen his body where we were held hostage that night.
They
Right?
also had to move the ballistas and the carts and the. There's no telling that they're here or that they even took this entrance.
That's true. I'm just saying, we have to. There definitely is. It's a possibility that if we run into another Duragar, they are going to know what we did, and so we should consider them hostile. I don't know if imitating one of them is going to get what we want. Is my thought instantly. But I'm post up at the side of the door, ready for whatever is about to happen.
We're here to find something. I don't think it's a closed door. Open it.
On that note, Tartan will go up to the door.
Before.
Oh, go ahead.
Can
Yep, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh wait!
Go ahead.
Speak up.
Okay.
Speak up. Forever hold your peace.
Can I check the walls for traps? Because my thought is that they're gonna like open that thing, look at us, and say, "Oh, they don't belong here," and then they will just safely kill us with wall traps.
Right, or flood the chamber, or right.
Roll perception or
Yeah.
investigation.
I hope they flood the chamber.
Yeah, I was proud with lava. How about that, Nereus? Is that what you want?
I can still
Frock,
swim.
you don't see anything. Is feeling the walls, observing, looking for any sort of grooves or tripwire or anything upon the door. Nothing stands out to you.
Well, that's all I had to say.
And it is locked.
Is it locked?
Yes,
Grabbing
I
the
just tried to
door.
open the door.
Grab the handle, kind of points down. You're kind of trying to turn it maybe to get something unhinged, and it doesn't budge.
Let me take a crack at it.
I will gladly let go of the handle.
Okay.
I'm going to position myself right behind Nereus.
Yeah, I'm putting my body in between Nereus and the door.
I thought you didn't want to protect the wizard.
I don't.
I'm here to make sure you don't run away.
I'm capable
Wow,
of distinguishing between.
jeez.
I'm distinguishing between what I want and what my character wants.
I'm going to go ahead and touch Harak before he does whatever he's going to do. And I will give you a bardic inspiration as I let you know that I believe your strength can open this door.
Pardon?
What are you doing, Harak?
I thought you said something.
Oh, I said
Uh,
believe.
I thought you said leave.
Oh no, I
I
said
Yeah.
almost laughed.
I thought you said leave too, and
So,
I was like,
believe,
oh shit.
believe in myself. No, what are you doing with the door?
I'm going to knock on the door.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Knock on the door. Alright, so as you knock on the door, eventually you hear kind of some kind of moving upon the actual door. Not sure what that is, but you hear kind of, and then all of a sudden the sliding thing comes open. You see the eyes of a Duergar just kind of thumb through and look around, and then kind of shriek back from the light that is being emanated from Anarius. Begins to speak in common. Whoa, you're not Malrim.
I'm going to say in Undercommon, we are the ones who have been chosen. See if that means anything to him. It's a better opening line than we killed your boss.
What the fuck does that mean?
Well,
How'd you get down here?
Oh, hey, Rock, tell him we were invited.
You cannot speak this language. This is an undercommon at this point.
Oh shit. What's
I'm gonna
happening?
lift my hand up with Mulrin's ring on it and show him.
As this conversation is going on, and I have no idea what they're talking about, but it doesn't seem like they're opening the door. I want to pull out that parchment and just kind of like hold it out. Like
Everybody's
open
just
to them.
holding things in the window.
Yeah.
There's there's a
Like a
parchment
magic
and a
show,
ring,
man.
and somebody like swings a rubber chicken through the window, and there's like a sandwich and a.
If you have removed Malrim's rock, then must mean that Malrim is dead. I can see that you have orders that have been bestowed to Malrim, and you have been through his things. Is
It's about the
this so?
size of it.
Is he still an undercommon?
Yes.
Everybody, damn.
Well,
I mean, you know
Stupid
this character speaks common, but just transition to undercommon based on what Rock was saying. So many times switch back.
yes. We
Who
killed
was
him
it?
in self-defense.
Self-defense. Who was it that
Oh,
dealt the
it's not-
final blow?
Me.
You have slain. Then you have Malrim's hammer.
I'll show it to him.
And you still live. Interesting.
Sniffs the air, kind of shuts itself back down. The screen kind of shuts, and you hear different pitter patter of the actual door. Doesn't unlock. Nothing happens.
Well, it was admittedly not a very persuasive argument. So
So Harak, what did you say to them, buddy? What happened there?
I told him the truth, mostly. That we killed Malrin.
So he's gonna
Um,
open the.
Yeah, right. Bonus action rage, sprint at the door, action shoulder check the door off the hinges recklessly.
Oh my god.
Tick tock, Tardan, tick tock.
So you're gonna rage.
I will rage. I'm not going to click it because it
I can do it for you.
Just-
No worries.
drowns you and stuff.
You
And
can
then
edit that on your character sheet if you want to remove a bunch of the text.
There's also
can
a
I?
button with NVIDIA they can. I personally don't mind. I mean, it's fine, but I can do it for mine. It's really cool. It's on. Go ahead and roll a strength check, please.
and then strength
Yep, just flat strength check, please.
Can I help him?
option.
He's already has advantage for the rage.
That's why I raged, but
Oh,
Automatically should give it to you, so I don't think you should roll anything down. 21. So as you run directly into the door, aiming your feet, crunch your Haragon feet into the door. The large kind of twangs a little bit and begins to vibrate, but does not budge.
Slap me in the face. Somebody slap me in the face.
I slapped him in the face.
All right. While you're slapping, I'll make
I
my
take
own
another-
attempt. We'll like alternate.
I take another run at it.
TikTok boys, would you mind if I try diplomacy with them?
Yes.
I'm going to bang on the door. Well, actually, I don't need to bang on the door. They just banged on the door. I'm going to yell through the door. We're not here to fight. We're here to seek an audience with Stonefist. Seventh in line to the crown.
All right.
I believe he'll know why we're here.
I thought
Oh,
you said we had to go here to find something.
We do, and I believe he has it.
After 15 minutes or so, no answer.
If I expose myself to a hit point of slap damage, can I sustain the rage long enough to try one more time?
That is fine if that's what you want to do. I went ahead and advanced the time clock, which kind of removes some things. We can always try to get you another rage on if you want, but you're also being helped by Harak, so you might not even need the rage, as you both are working together, so it's basically helping each other. 21, again, does not budge. Another 15 minutes passes by.
We should go.
Tardan, unless you got another... I mean, I am more than happy to break my shoulder or ankles trying to get this door down for you, but this is welcome to the 2-hour mark. Do you have a way to get the door open?
I don't. I think we lost our one and only chance at diplomacy. I'm just going to walk off, kind of defeated at this point, heading for the stairs.
30 feet away from the door. Pitter patter on the door. Metal opens up. See eyes poke through. Speaking undercommon to you, Rock. Are these your companions?
I will say in common, yes, these are my companions.
You are to be brought to see Prince Grawl Stonefist, where you may make your declaration of Malrum's death. See the thing close. Eventually, there's ticking and other sorts of gears whining. You're unsure of what that means.
I'll see
Eventually-
you back at the wagons.
It opens. Steps aside as you stretch through, looking through the door. You see many Duergar in ranked formation with shields and war picks raised currently. There's a robed figure. This robed figure is a Duergar as well, but has kind of braids coming down with gold circlets. A blackish robe with these kind of golden shoulder pads on the side, and has kind of a quarterstaff picked up on one of the, it's kind of crooked with ashen black, almost similar to a dried mushroom kind of tendrils that's kind of coming around. It's kind of holding and stretching and looking. The one that has stepped aside, the door is kind of open through. You see the mage speak in common. Do not fear. Come.
Nereus, I don't wanna pick you up and carry you in, but
Party's
And
that
I
way,
know-
buddy.
and I know that I really do. I know what you're gonna say. I gave you my word. We are already past the 2-hour mark. I'm going to ask for. Now I'm going to ask you for a small favor, which is above and beyond what I asked you for before, which is I wasn't expecting to find anything, and we have. So I need just a little bit, really, and I mean it this time, a small amount. I'm not going to quantify it because I don't know, but a small amount of time and a small amount of risk from you. Please don't make me worry about two different directions. I'll stand in front of you the whole time. Please come with me.
Assuming we survive, there will be no follow-ups. We will not do anything for this prince. We will not go back to that cursed town. We will continue on our way. If that is not the agreement, I am leaving now.
Can I whisper to Dougal before he answers? You don't know what's about to be said, my friend. You have no idea, and there's no way that you can guarantee that that may not be the case. You can't promise something you don't know. Strength in numbers, right? I give him the pat on the shoulder and I start walking toward the door.
I can promise you, Nereus, that no matter what is said, we won't go back to the town. Is that enough of a compromise to get you to turn around?
If you go back on your word again, it will be the last thing you do. And I'll move ahead.
Okay.
As Tardan sees Nereus kind of come through the door, I'm going to look at Nereus. I know you're opposed to this, however, if you would quit being so difficult, there is 30 gold at the end of this for you. And I'm just going to turn back towards the mage.
Oh, 30 gold to meet the prince who wants to kill everyone. Perfect.
You were willing to run
Tardan?
into battle earlier for 5 gold.
Willing to potentially rescue. We are now prisoners.
Tardan, I have it. Don't help. I have it. Just... You're on borrowed time, okay? Keep it, hit the bricks.
This mage character continues to move through the corridor as you see into the darkness, and the darkness just continues to move. I mean, it's a span of hundreds of feet at this point. Is continuing, and eventually, the lighting, as far as you can tell with your dark vision, the actual ceiling begins to slowly begin to be brought down, and as it does that, it kind of forms a gradual slope. And there is a staircase, large and grand. It's about 20 feet in width. The stairs themselves are only about 10 feet, and there are ramparts on the left and right side. It seems to delve into the darkness. Mage is continuing to go down that. These soldiers are following behind in formation. As you are reaching a certain point in descent down these stairs, you're seeing the same borals that you once witnessed before. Drips of water kind of come through them a little bit. They have kind of a tinge or a smell, maybe to them, sometimes sulfuric in nature. And as you begin to continue down the descent, a single hour has passed by at this point of travel that you have gone through. I'll put back on the enhanceability if you're attempting to do that in the next.
Yeah, well, he's
progression.
seen how well people talk to people, so.
Yeah, I'll make sure to get that box back on when we go to the next area here. So as the staircase continues and the descent continues, eventually Seems like there's an end in sight. As the ceiling begins to break away and get larger, as you begin to drop down, I'm going to go and activate. So bring you into the next scene, and then I'm going to pause it so I can describe. So as you come into this space, as you're descending down, again, the actual descent, the how far you've gone is difficult to understand. The staircase seems to come into a roughly 60-foot ceiling height. This chamber, supported by elaborate stone and rune-covered pillars. The stonework within seems to be a mixture of granite, limestone, and marble. In the corners are small 10-foot stone statues of Duergar, standing about 1 foot on square pedestals. The walls and floors are smooth, but are left natural, revealing the patterns and grooves of what the bedrock they're formed from. There seems as though there is a corridor that leads west and is quite large and kind of rounds the corner. There are voices coming from that. Not a lot, just a few. And seem to be talking in a similar language you've heard these creatures talk before. A single metal reinforced door sits on the eastern wall. This door seems to be protected by 2 Duergar on either side, wearing similar armaments as you've observed before. As soon as the mage approaches, stops, stands, and looks back to you all. Come, says in common. You still have light, I'm assuming.
Yeah. Just recasting it.
Just kind of funnel down the staircase. You hear the actual soldiers kind of parading down the stairs as well. You hear this mechanical whining happening in the stonework, and you're really unsure of what it is, and eventually the door just swings open of its own volition. No one has pulled it. No one has moved it. It's kind of pulled open. This figure begins to walk through a small and tight corridor with a ceiling height of 7.5 feet. As you begin to walk through, you're hearing motions and shuffling in the natural stone that sits to your left and right, north and south. The shuffling is heavy and thick, as it seems as though there might be someone or some things in the walls themselves. As they're pushing around to your north and south, you notice there's a bit of stone that's removed from the wall, and an eyeball pokes through a little bit, looking at you all. Eventually moves and pushes the stone back in of a false groove. You hear another set of mechanical winding and gears beginning to open. Eventually swinging forward, the next set of the metal reinforced stone door opens. These aren't vault doors necessarily, but they seem to have their hinges based into the metal grooves, and they are metal reinforced themselves. Mage pushes past, now coming to a throne that sits. The throne chamber seems to have 2 rune-covered pillars supported by a 15-foot ceiling height. There's a small 2 to 3 foot staircase, and it's built into the marble flooring that extends to a large and grand stone throne, bejeweled in gold and trinkets. There's 4 doors, 1 northern and 3 western. They reside in this chamber. It's unclear by the other 3. Right? Well, you kind of been through this particular one. But there are figures in this space, 2 of which are on the door that you've just come through. They seem to be guarding it in kind of motion as you kind of looking as you all come through. And there's also 2 of the additional kind of dressed magi that have similar to the one that's been escorting you. Upon the throne itself, sitting down in an unspectacular fashion, appears to be a Duergar that is sturdy and stocky, male. Has white hair that flows freely into a single braid down to the mid-back. There's a twin braided thick beard flowing to the chest. Eyes are black and vicious. Many scars upon the face and neck. Currently covered in a dark, stained plate armor. There is a warhammer nearby and just a standard iron shield, or steel shield, I would say. There's a black cloth belt that goes around the waist and carries a few purses. No necklaces, no amulets, and upon the head is an iron circlet, or a kind of a crown, if you will. Just a piece of iron that's in a ring form. As you see the mage kind of kneel down, raise the head. Prince Grawl Stonefist, I bring you those who are laying claim to Malrim's death. Steps away and motions, is kind of pushing past, walking backwards, and motions for you all to approach the staircase. After you all have entered into the room and motioned back, the doors shut behind you all. The gears of the mechanisms begin to wind once more.
That was in common.
That was in common.
A quick question for last session. Was it... Who was it that got the last blow? I don't know.
I'm pretty sure. Was he one of the ones that were unconscious that I stabbed?
Does anybody recall a spell that was casted and the one particular individual that failed it?
Yeah, Nereus put him to sleep.
Sir Dougal was the last to land.
Oh,
With
Thunder
that's right.
Mage.
Thunderclap.
Forgot the thunderclap.
See as Prince Grawl Stonefist, designated on the throne, clasps the hands together, just leans forward a little bit, just stares at you all and doesn't say anything.
We removed Malgrim from this plane of existence, as apparently he had orders from you to block passage, and we are on quite an urgent quest, and we seek this audience so that way there will be no more delays upon this quest.
Who was the one to deal the final blow?
That would be Bunny Boy, however, it was a group effort. Malgrim did not go down easily, however, he did have quite a plethora of guards.
And why was it that you have killed Malrim?
Malgrim had taken a few of us as captives. And as such, in order to free them, a battle ensued.
Let's hear from the one who has done the final blow. He stands up and looks, stretches towards, looking around.
I
Step
reach.
forward.
I lean over to Nereus and I say, "Don't go anywhere. Please don't go anywhere." And I will walk halfway up the steps. I'll take out my sword and stick it in the ground, and my rapier. I stick it in the ground and kneel in a customary fashion that I might have in court.
Much respect owed. What is your name?
Sir Dougal.
And where do you hail from, Sir Dougal?
I come from Queen Titania's court in Sealy Court in the Feywild.
And why is it that your friends lie?
Why do they lie?
Yes. You think I'm a fool?
I am at-
Looks towards Rock.
I don't think we think you're a fool. Let me rephrase that. I don't think you're a fool. I haven't lied.
Points towards the orc. Step forward. You wield Malrim's hammer. And you bear Malrim's ring. But yet you are not the one to deal the final blow.
I was just keeping it warm for Sir Dougal.
Shakes the head. You in my throne
it-
chamber. You have sought an audience. If now is not the time to be honest and truthful, I don't see us having any more words.
Is it customary in your culture to wield the weapon of the vanquished?
You are unfamiliar with that which you have slain. So is this the quest I have heard? Quest to kill us?
No. That I can be. I hope you believe me that I'm telling the truth. No. I don't care for you one way or the other. I am indifferent to your plight. It seems like you have been drawn into a conflict with some surface dwellers, some local surface dwellers. But I promise you, I'm telling you the truth. My quest has nothing to do with you. Your people aggressed us.
Aggression is always in the perspective of each of the conflicting parties. Sir Dougal, you're being motioned by Harak with the ring and hammer to take it from.
I will sheathe Keelut Yon's rapier. I will begrudgingly take the ring and hammer. If I don these, if I were to wear these, would that... I don't want to... It really isn't my intention to offend you. Would it service your customs if I were to carry them?
This quest,
Is
what is
the
it?
Prince wants.
The quest. Well, I'm not entirely sure who I can trust yet. I found this group of a half a dozen that I think I can. I hope you don't take my reticence for insult. I can tell you that it has nothing to do with you. It has nothing to do with your mountain. It has nothing to do with your people. It is from what I'm not even from this I'm not even from this land. But what I do know so far is it has to do with an area called the Redwood. Are you familiar with that place?
What is it you were supposed to do with the redwoods?
There's a pox. There's a curse. There's a sickness. There's a malevolence that has befallen it and transformed it into a wicked place. I have been charged to restore it, to remove the infectious material. I'm not telling you. There are some parts I don't know.
And for the rest of you, is this your quest?
My quest is simply to see the world. I felt there was something down here that called to me. And in being so, I have sought this audience with you in hopes that I would find whatever beckoned to my soul.
How was it you made yourself into the Frosthorn Pass?
Well, you see, it was quite the series of unfortunate events. We were on the boats, the Striker, and its sister vessel, the Wrecker, when we were attacked out in the sea by a kraken and a dragon, and I will describe kind of the dragon to him and the weird kind of visual breath and everything.
What's at the hand? Left and right. Larth. Log. As they hold out their hands, the bubble begins to form, shimmering and faintly in these different spectrals of lights, creating an aura effect around the throne chamber. Continue.
Upon the vessels being destroyed, we took the lifeboats, if you will, as they were there to save our lives, and went into the bay. And as you are well aware, the only town for us surface dwellers in the area would be Harak. So we ascended the cliff, made our way into town, negotiated with the Duke to arrange for our travel, and in an effort to quicken that travel, we stumbled upon some of your fellow brethren, and that led to yet another altercation. However, it did succeed in getting us the earlier travel that we had wanted. And that's how we got to where we're at, as we're trying to seek passage through the pass onward towards the marshes in the eastern part or the western part of the continent.
Tell him about being drawn to the cave.
I don't know how to explain that one. When we ended our fight with Malgrim, I felt an interest peak in the direction of your dwellings here. Upon getting back to our carts and preparing to leave, I felt as if there was more that I needed to do here, and there was something that I have sought after.
And have you found what you sought?
I have not felt the presence again, so I am not sure. However, right now, the safety of our passage is of the utmost importance. So I will not pressure you to allow me to search further for what I'm after. However, is there anything below, as I notice that you guys seem to eat almost a fish-like substance that could be undiscovered by you guys previously?
And Malrum, why did he take you all captive? For what purpose?
He said that he had orders from you to not allow anyone to pass. Upon doing so, we refused to turn back, and instead, an altercation came to be, in which case 4 of us were taken captive. I managed to escape, gather up the rest of us and head back to try to rescue the others. And that is when the fight broke out.
Did Malram die well?
Baldrin put up one of the most impressive fights I have ever seen. The others, on the other hand, well, they left something to be desired.
Coming into visibility is a figure. The figure looks almost identical in the appearance of face to the one that is currently sitting on the actual throne room. This particular figure seems to have a mithril warhammer that is strapped to the back. It's quite elongated, almost to be wielded in two hands. Also has a different piece of plate, slightly bronze in nature, with these pauldrons that are gold and bezeled with a closed fist made of jeweled rubies. On the actual head is apparently a kind of a circlet with black onyx and an octagonal shape in the center. There are gem and jeweled rings on each of the fingers. Around the neck is a gold necklace with an odd white gemstone. Sees the figure sitting on the throne, begins to phase into a purplish energy and disappears.
How similar is the amulet with a white gemstone to the one worn by the Duke?
Different in the material of the actual amulet, but the stone looks similar. I have known Flamebelch since I was a child. If not for Malrum, I would be dead. Clan Stonefist has fought many wars and many battles, but not once have we made way to the surface. For what reason would we have to deal with your stench, your politics, and your worthless materials?
Are you telling me that you did not send him to block our path?
Back and sits down. The orders are as follows. No one gets through the pass. There was one that had ordered for an ambush to be set from one of my patrols. This one I would like to see dead.
And who is that one?
You may know this one as Umbrian Orillo.
Dougal runs behind Nereus, expecting him to just start walking away.
Who was Umbrian Orillo again? That was the town guard dude, right?
No, it's the Duke.
Is it the Duke? Thought the Duke had a different name. Maybe I'm crazy. Okay.
You know, I couldn't help but notice your lovely jewelry. It looks ornate. It looks beautiful. It also looks a little familiar.
You said it had a white stone in it, right?
Correct.
Does it look similar to mine?
As you stretch and you look at the amulet, please make a wisdom saving throw.
Oof.
Tard in a voice feminine nature pierces through your mind. Take it. And you feel compelled to grab the amulet from Prince Crawlstonefist's neck.
But it's not forcing me to do it. It's just a strong compulsion.
You hear a voice behind you. Take it, take it, take it. Cenarius, take it, take it.
It's like
Cenarius.
Cloudy with
Yapping with you.
Cloudy with the chance of meatballs. Choices. Have you ever seen that movie? It's super funny with the mayor.
Yeah, it's
just
really
like-
funny. Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about.
I'm just have a hand on Torden's shoulder. just in case.
I'm gonna look at. Go ahead.
I have jewelry made from many in Yolinja.
I'll tell you what. I will go back and personally see to the execution of the person that you wish to have killed. However, in return, I would like your necklace.
Ooh.
Opposite. What interest do you have in this?
You asked me if I had found what I sought after. Upon seeing that in further detail, that is what I am here for.
So be it. A deal is arranged. Be forewarned. This one grows ambitious.
Tart?
Does Dougal believe? Inside check on the agreement to the deal. Is Prince lying?
Seems to be truthful.
Your Grace. While our companion does this, we are free to travel the pass on our own.
That is a command that I must give. Pass is closed. Do this for me. And I will see to it that that which commands turns a blind eye.
And what if I were to offer you something that is truly priceless?
What is it that which you offer?
The Song of the Sea. Something I imagine has never been heard in these halls.
Looks towards you.
Guide.
Roll persuasion.
Guidance.
Quick draw McGuidance right here.
I will go ahead and let you know, Harrison, that using guidance is also a visual. There's a component to
Jeez.
it that is active magic you will be casting. It does not interest me. Not in the slight. My soldiers will not give you trouble. If you are to make your way through the pass, just know that it is not tolerated.
Are you saying that your soldiers will not give us trouble as we make our way through the pass, as long as we're making our way through the pass back to Herak?
That is absolutely redundant. I am stating that if you are to travel into the Frosthorn Valley using the pass, my soldiers,
Oh, that's
will
interesting.
not give you trouble.
How many soldiers are there out there that aren't yours?
Looks towards the mages. Stands up. Kill the one I have declared. Bring me back the head. You will have this amulet. And you will have your answer to that question.
I appreciate your kindness, Sir Stonefist.
It is Prince Stonefist.
My apologies, Prince Stonefist.
I'm going to test whisper in Nereus's. I'm going to stick my head between Nereus and Indigo. I'm going to test whisper spaghetti. Does anybody seem to hear me saying anything?
When you whisper,
Yeah, just say the word spaghetti.
you say spaghetti.
Nobody looks up and wonders what he's saying. What is it? What's the rabbit saying? Nothing.
I mean,
I mean, I look
Marius
back at
probably
you
does.
and
Yeah,
like,
like what?
this sounds good for dinner. Yeah,
Not
if you
you
want.
two. Yeah, I know
Like,
you two here.
I've-
Shut up. I know you two here. So after nobody else seems to hear it, I will, at the same volume, whisper, "You think we could survive this?"
Looking in the direction of the prince.
He's looking at me now.
Correct.
Spaghetti.
You approach.
I want to bow in the same manner as that mage and then say in Undercommon, Prince Stonefist, thank you for your patience in dealing with these children. We will go and do what you asked.
Let it be done then.
Let's go.
Am I still holding the ring and the hammer, by the way? Because... Okay.
It's unlocked. Swing open.
Can we fight outside, at least? I know that we're gonna... Thank you.
God, as you all exit.
Can I take this turn a little wide?
Taking a little wide, you see a spiraling staircase descend into the depths, as well as two Duergar currently talking with weapons, shields, and war picks. As soon as you step, they kind of turn and look towards your direction.
No, I'm sorry. Wrong turn. I was just looking for the bathroom.
Continue to talk to each other.
Down. Staircase went down.
Correct.
Yeah, we have some speaking to do.
We wait for the surface.
The surface. Sounds good. Okay. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and put you all onto a particular map that we're kind of getting up the actual kind of climbing up the cavern, and also advance the time clock a little bit based on the amount of time that it probably taken to get up to this point. At this stage, it's been a couple hours based on the conversation you have all had. Getting through with Prince Crawl Stonefist, seeing the fact that what you were talking to wasn't exactly the true appearance, maybe, or some thing of Prince Crawl Stonefist. Was odd the way that occurred. Both these figures were present at the exact same time. One dissipated. Now, as you come up to the surface, you're seeing that there has been things moved. So as you come out of this spiraling staircase into the actual cavern itself, it seems as though there are bits and pieces of wood that has been retrieved. Like actual large amounts of clumps of firewood maybe has been removed from here. And you're seeing that there are more like snow kind of pushed in from the cavern entrance, suggesting people have kind of trudged in and trudged out. But there's currently nobody in this cavern that you can observe. And as you stretch and look outwards, and you're looking left and right, you see fresh boot prints on some of these side slopes of the actual snow as they work themselves into the trees. And from the count of how many boot prints you see, you count easily 36, suggesting how many soldiers are just kind of lurking about within the woods themselves or around the particular area. It seems rather odd in a way. Now, once you get into the cavern, you're unclear as to if you're protected yet or not. What communication that they have with the surface is unknown to you all, and this message of the soldiers, my soldiers, won't harm you, won't stop you from going through the pass. How long that message will take, unclear. So as you all kind of emerge at this point, I don't know when you're going to have this conversation. Are you all heading back to the wagons themselves in the pass? Are you heading back to that encampment where the wolves were picking apart the bodies, which is not too far away from here currently? What are you all doing?
We can have it in the cavern if everyone wants.
Darius, what are you doing? Because I saw you moving your token.
He is just walking back to the wagons.
Okay.
I suspect we might have a fight to have the fight.
You
Burton will
promised.
follow back to
so-
the wagons.
You're absolutely right. I made a promise. 100%.
Oh, don't worry.
And
I have the way for you to keep said promise.
So you all are trudging back to the wagons?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
We can
it's
do a
about
little
five.
walk and talk.
Yeah, I mean, you can always walk and talk at the same time if you want. I'm going to just put us onto the pass map as well. And we can always do a walk and talk through this process. It is an hour and a half. It takes a long time to get to this point. Before we
No
get,
talk at all.
silence.
Silence.
Walk for an hour
It's
and a
fine.
half.
It's
the
fine. We don't want to
resentful crunching of snow under boot all the
Not
way
a-
back.
Not a
home.
word said.
Yeah, you know Tartan wouldn't let that fly.
Oh man.
Okay.
Before we get into this
Yeah.
conversation, I will ask something. So, I know that Marshall, you said that you need to get off. It looks like a half an hour early, so 8:00 p.m. PST. You said I'll need to cut out at 11:30. So I'm trying to. So 11:30, as in which time is it? Are we looking at there?
In an hour and a half. Or
Oh,
an
so you
hour
need
and
to cut out-
37 minutes.
You need to cut out at 7:30 p.m. PST then. So an hour earlier than we normally.
I want all of your time to
8:30
be in.
PST.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 8:30 PST.
Oh, well, that's
So the
okay.
proper end time. He
The
just has
proper-
to leave right at end.
Okay, so you need
Yeah,
to leave
pretty much.
right at the end. Okay. I just wanted
Yeah.
to make sure. Okay, I didn't know. I don't assume time zones, particularly actually couple players that are in
What time is
completely
it in the
different time zones.
Feywild
So,
when you have to leave?
the states. So, anyways,
Yeah, I should
okay.
have put it in there. Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. I just wanted to clarify when exactly you were unable. So if that's the case, then we can go ahead and take a 10-minute break. We'll go ahead and take our 10-minute break here before we get into the conversation, into the mix of what's going to happen here in the next half of the session. So I think it's a pretty good time. If anybody's watching the stream, appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Group 5.
I thought that was a fantastic role play. You all came out and it seemed to be.
We're not dead.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. I think you all said almost kind of you're still on your tiptoes a little bit. I could tell from the conversation, but you all did really well. I think that just getting the information that you needed and just working through it in a good pace and not killing everything. Imagine that. So.
We're getting to the killing everything.
We're getting to it. We're getting to the killing. So anyways, if you're watching the stream, thanks so much. We'll be back in 10 minutes or so. So. All right. Welcome back. If you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Second half of the session here with Group 5. And
Group
they're-
5 intermission.
Brr, 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 brr.
I like how Marshall, I don't know if that was a reaction to screaming in the microphone, but it definitely looked like Marshall was like, no, so we're coming back in. You all at this stage, I'm going to have you come onto the map, right? You've made yourself back here. If you would like to talk on the journey, that's totally cool, right? So at this point, getting back on to here, either talking on the journey or getting onto the map, but we're going to have it set for the stream view anyways on the map here. So what has just happened was a conversation with Prince Grawl Stonefist. Is that conversation, some of you, is it, how much information did you get from that? Well, it's clear that Prince Grawl Stonefist has the either it's from his own voice or it's from another. There is an agenda. There is some command as to why this pass was told that nothing can go through. Prince Grawl Stonefist did not elaborate onto that. Just stated that my soldiers would not impede your travel if you went through the pass towards the valley, but did not guarantee that something else that is pertaining to this agenda would not be involved. Also, kind of revealed in a way that Umbrian Arillo has a connection, which probably was figured out just simply through the Tardan disguise self and that whole thing, but really kind of solidified that there is separation between these Duergar, Clan Stonefist in this particular here, and what had transpired versus those robed figures that ambushed upon the road. Why Prince Grawl Stonefist wants the head of Umbrian Arillo, that was not elaborated on. It was not asked. Just was accepted. There was a phrase that came from Prince Grawl Stonefist's mouth, which seemed to be directed in language towards Tardan. Stated that this one has grown too ambitious. But my word on this, just to help you out, that could have been easily as conveyed as this one was being referred to potentially as the one that was targeted for death. Prince Grawl Stonefist might not have been using the word ambition towards Tardan, reaching for the amulet, but might have been using towards ambition targeted towards the one that he had mentioned to death, which is Umbrian Arillo. So, I'm going to go ahead and get the howl on of this wind that's whipping around. Snow is beginning to fall on your journey, on your trek, as you are beginning to make your way down. So, what are you all doing?
Tardan wants to go ahead and address the group this time with kind of more of a, I don't even know how to really describe the demeanor, but it's a softer composition than normal. Almost relieved, I guess would be the phrase. Look, I know this isn't what anyone wanted. However, I believe this works out in all of our benefit for a couple of reasons. One, we had already discussed possibly dealing with the town anyway, as there were some issues in the town. So I believe that appeases certain members of the party. The other is, if we are in a hurry, we don't know what lies ahead of us. But if we can make that trek easier, and I'm going to motion towards Sir Dougal, you saw with the ballistas, they have the means to stop us if they want to. So, better to make a friend of at least one side of our opposition if we want a faster travel through this pass. Also, and Tardan's going to go ahead and pull out the necklace. We all discovered that we have these interesting gemstones. If you take a close look at mine, you'll notice it almost matches the one on his necklace. That is what called me to go seek an audience with him. So regardless of the choice, if we are all bound together by these gemstones, for whatever higher purpose they may have brought us together, I need that one.
You know, I hear you using the word higher purpose. How much do you know about the gemstone? How can you be so sure that its purpose isn't? I mean, I don't want to just be contrary and use the word lower as if to accidentally convey that it is meaningless, but it could just as well be malevolent as it could be benevolent. How much do you know about the gemstone? What do you know about the gemstone? Do you know anything about the gemstone?
I know about as much as you, but if you look at our group, we have one from the sea who has a gemstone that almost matches, just a different color. We have you who, through space and time, appeared in front of us on our boat. We have me from the southern continent and the southern country on a boat in the far north as an entertainer. We have Haruk, who is on his own mission. We have Indigo, who is seeking to help people. All of us ended up in one spot. So no matter how you look at it, higher, lower, there is a reason that 5 people wearing the same thing in different colors came together.
I have a different hypothesis. Before today, we thought these gemstones were unique, special. The prince has proven that they are not. Perhaps they are much more common than we think.
They're simply pieces of the original gemstone that need to be put together.
Oh? And how do you know this?
I don't. But my piece called for me to go and get his necklace. His necklace did not seem to have that effect. There's a difference between mine and his. Or if his did call to him, he did not act upon it when he clearly had the advantage to take what he wanted.
Well, if it truly called to you, it must be magical. Have you detected anything from it?
I have not. But that simply does not mean that it is not magical. That simply means it is beyond my capabilities to comprehend.
A low bar, to be sure.
Twist. Oh man, daggers.
I
I
also go ahead.
Yeah, sorry.
I was going
think
to say it. Nope. I'm off.
Harrison, go.
The choice that we have in front of us is rather binary. I hear faults in both of your arguments. Neither of your logic is impenetrable, and I am no genius. So the choice we have to make is as clear as left or right, as north or south, and I propose a vote.
I concur with a vote.
I hope that I've communicated some sense of urgency. I also hope that anyone listening in a more than a casual way has heard new information in the last 24 hours which might carry its own sense of urgency. And I don't aggressively stare at Nereus. I think that employees or employers aside, I think that as long as our lives are what is on the line, then our voices should be the vote about how we risk those lives. So, all in favor of returning to High Rock.
Tartan will raise his hand.
Well,
It doesn't mean never returning.
can I say my piece? Since
Oh, sorry.
everyone else is kind of... Well, I'm not going to do this in character. I'm just going to summarize. Though, from Rock's perspective, these Duergar are kind of the victims here. The mine is kind of intruding on their territory, stealing their stuff. They tried to take us captive. They didn't try to kill us. We're the ones who started killing them. And all of this kind of adds up to, we kind of owe Mr. Stonefist something in return, since we kind of killed like dozens of his guys, and they're the ones who are being intruded on in the character's perspective. I think we should just go get it done as quick as we can and then be on our way.
Maybe we should have two separate questions. The first is about whether or not we do it at all. And then, depending on the outcome of that decision, we can talk about the order in which we proceed. Because it sounds like some of us, order be damned, aren't even interested in honoring the request. Forget about doing it first or second.
We also haven't heard from Indigo on his feelings here.
I like to live and make friends and help out. So I'd like to help you get that necklace if you need to. If it helps the town, I would like the town to be left in a better condition than when I found it. I'd like to find the forest for Dougal and find the mage that Rock seeks, that he spoke of a few times. I'd like to help all you guys out, because I think we work well together. If we each have our own thing, that's fine, but I will say this though, I'm sure that there will come a time when each of us has something that we desperately want to have done, and it would be nice to have everybody back us up in that moment. So maybe even if it's not a I really don't want to do this, 2 or 3 days from now there may be something you really need to get done, and it'd really be nice to have 4 people at your back handling it with you. So that's my piece.
Narius, anything before the vote?
No. You make it very difficult to guide you when you're constantly changing your mind.
Well, I hope that you don't take it as a sign of weakness, or maybe not weakness. I hope you don't take it as a sign as
Incompetence.
I was going to use the word treachery or dishonesty, but sure. I'd rather you take it as incompetence than treachery.
You can take comfort in knowing that the opinion of you has not changed.
Your opinion of me.
Correct.
Incompetence is no less dangerous than dogmatism.
Just know I will be the first to flee if things look dire, considering that my advice has not been heeded. But let us head back.
We already knew.
I have not flee from a fight yet.
I didn't say that.
But this is why I prefer the water to the surface. Everything is so dramatic.
And I'm sure the Durgar feel the same about the underground. And here they are dealing with surface dwellers.
Well, they should stay underground then.
Okay. Point in the conversation.
Puff, record the vote, Puff. All in favor of returning to High Rock.
Hardin's going to raise his hand.
In deference to Indigo's speech, Dougal raises his hand.
Okay.
Is that 3?
That's 3 votes then. And back to Rock.
I would also like to propose a different destination than Harak, if you'll hear me out. We have Frederick back there. He knows where the hideout is of this second army that we ran into. I feel it makes more sense to approach the Duke there, as he probably doesn't know that we know where it's at.
Can you refresh my memory, the player's memory? Is there a reason we don't expect the Duke to be back in town?
I don't see any reason why the Duke wouldn't be in town.
He should be at his manor, just
Should be at his
eating
manor.
and drinking, probably. Yeah.
Oh, I just assumed he would be giving orders from the...
From the conversation, Sotardan, what you can probably get out is that the individuals had never actually seen the Master. They've only heard the Master's voice.
Okay, never mind. Then yeah, we can go to Harak.
Yeah, I think it means to Harak. Refresh my memory, how many days travel?
I mean, you could always camp out and get to Harak the next day, tomorrow. You could head out now and you'd get back super late in the morning, but you get back. Just depends on what you all want to do. As far as travel time to get to this point in the actual pass, it's been roughly a day and a half.
We're not slower on foot. I seem to remember trying to be on
I'm sorry,
foot next to the.
not a day and a half. It would. So you're on foot. Wagons themselves. You'd be at a day. On foot.
Well, that could
However,
be way
that's a-
worse.
That's assuming we don't convince them to turn around as well with threat of ballista.
Correct. I
We
mean,
haven't
they could
talked
turn-
to the
yeah.
the caravan.
They could easily turn around. I mean, they were leaving early anyways.
Oh, and their shipment was light because of
Yeah,
it,
they're still
right?
missing half a shipment.
And you also have a bunch of mountain goats as well, falling rock still.
Oh, right.
I
Wasn't it
assume
all
you
the-
left. I assume you left them at the wagons.
Wasn't it? Not every one of these is full. There is a single one that is like almost full or partially full.
I thought it was half a load compared to
what
they normally get.
Yeah, you're right at average for the entire caravan. It's half a load for like all three basically. One of which is really light. It's near empty yet.
So is it possible to take the really light one, throw it on the other two, and just take one and haul ass?
I mean, that's something to ask them to figure out if that's a possibility. Again, at that point, you might as well just send the whole thing back if there's a threat. But that's up to all of you. I think at this point, we'll get you on the map. You've all made your way here at the travel time. You see the fires are lit. You're seeing kind of smoke being billowed out. Canopy tents have been pitched up, or at least in the process of them, not necessarily put completely up. The snow is beginning to fall. Temperature is beginning to drop in the afternoon, getting towards evening. And you see some of them are bundled up next to the fires that have been pitched. Kalon sees you all, stands up. How did it go?
We need to head back to town.
What? Why? Burrow.
Pardon?
Yeah. Can't wait for this explanation.
So, information has come to light that proceeding through the pass may incur more dangerous run-ins with ballista. I don't know if you're prepared to deal with ballista. These caravans don't exactly look armored. So in doing so, we are hoping to strike a deal with the Duergar to allow safe passage, which will also give you time to fill the carts.
Okay, well, what I've seen, all of the death, and how many there were. If you believe there's a real threat here, then I don't want to have any of these people die, either the animals. We'll get them turned around. Are we going to be resting here for the night? It's getting late. Or are we going to be heading out now?
Sir Dougal, in a compromise to your hurry, I'll let you make that call.
I really am not. I'm not familiar enough with the landscape, I think, to do it at night. I'm barely familiar enough with the landscape to do it during the day. I think we should rest. I think we should rest here and only travel during the day. There's no reason to. The 3 hours or 4 hours we stand to save is really meaningless in the face of the 2 or 3 days we're talking about giving up. I think we should rest.
understand. Well, we'll get them turned around tonight so they're ready for the morning, and we'll head out first flight. Hope this is the right decision.
Yeah, me too.
Throw some more wood onto the fire. See Nereus as you go to the last fire pit there with Stilk. Stilk looks at you. So what happened?
No surprise, he hardened it again.
What do you mean? What does that mean?
To fail utterly.
Fail utterly. Well, we're alive, aren't we? That's pretty good. So Kalan was saying there was all sorts of these creatures, and they were killing and dying, and it was crazy. It was absolute insanity. I had all I could to keep Burrow calm, just keep him warm, and that new Frederick character. Well, he's a real hot mess.
Well, he does worship some sort of demon or otherworldly power.
Wait,
To
what?
be
Really?
expected. Sure. Didn't you see the magic?
I mean, I saw a lot of things, more so than I ever have. I didn't know it was because of that. Is Frederick evil?
Probably.
Is Frederick gonna kill us?
Not if we kill him first.
What do we need to do?
Just wait for my signal.
All right. Pulls the coat down, clutches himself. All right. Kalon begins to give the order. Oh, looks like we're turning the wagons around. All right. I don't know why. Right, Kalon. Begins to move the goats and pull the thing around. You see Burrow is hunkered down, half asleep, except from the order. Well, if you all be good lads and get this turned around for me, that'd be great. Come on, With that, wagons are now being pulled around. Rotating that. After
Into the
a
evening
period.
as the sun is going down or whatever, I'm actually going to go through movements and motions of my training just on that cart for about a good 2 hours. Just going through and moving, going through like for a couple hours, slowly, just going through.
Okay. Just going through motions, working out, doing your thing.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. As the night begins to progress, the sun begins to set, temperature dropping, the snow increases. This stage, canopies are being pitched over the actual animals, goats and things. Some of them are being unhitched as well, just so they can be grouped together a little bit easier. Being fed. Burrow, Kalan still doing the duties that they were assigned. Frederick still maintaining themselves restrained in the actual interior cabin of one of the wagons there. And at a certain point, they finish up, get the wagons turned around, everything's fed. They sit back down on the fires, keeping themselves warm. Now kind of keep maintaining them, pitching the actual canopies over that. But everything seems to be ready for the morning, I should say, at this rate, to get the wagons and the caravan headed in the direction of High Rock. Already a few words. All right.
I know Nereus. I'm gonna move over to closer to Nereus's campfire, and I'm not gonna say anything. I'm gonna silently let his guilt wash over me. To see if I can't shoulder some of his frustration.
Stoke whispers, "Is this the signal?"
Not yet. Did did you know, Sir Dougal? By all rights, I can kill you now.
I stopped my motion.
You mean you may kill me?
You didn't object.
Well, I'm really not a very wise person. I'm not an intelligent person. I'm not the most learned member, even of my own family. But I'd like to think that I understand the difference between honorable and dishonorable behavior. I try to live my life, I try to behave in a way that some might call honorable. And I just hope that I only hope, that's not really true, I'd be lying. One of my hopes is that you can recognize it too.
I just thought we were going to save your forest. I hope it doesn't burn down before we get there. And he'll just get up and walk away.
Yikes.
I do too, I say to the ether.
That's great. Solid.
Nereus is the worst.
He really is. His school of
I'm not like
wizardry-
this, I promise, guys. You should have seen Amos. He was like really great. Okay?
Amos was very sweet. This is a
My
completely,
previous character was
completely
like so
different character.
nice.
I love Nereus. I think honestly,
No harm, no ill will.
Hey,
yeah, no,
the-
I
he
love
had. There
Nereus.
are things. There are ways you could get him excited about stuff. Just people don't do it. You know, it just hasn't worked out yet. So. He's you know the long, slow burn, right? Like,
You haven't
Yeah,
felt
I
I still
Yes.
need to get him to join my band.
oh my, well,
He's-
if you know anything, please don't ever ask him to join anything that started.
His background, Nereus' background is Jewish mother-in-law. That's his,
Wait,
that's
what?
his background.
How does that work?
To all the Jewish
There-
mother-in-laws watching right now,
Yeah.
we appreciate you. Thanks.
Yes.
Don't
Say it
don't
to
cancel us.
No.
Say it to my-
no
say it to
beans
my
for
mother.
offense.
No, they're just masters of the craft that is guilt.
Mm.
They can make you feel guilty about anything, man. And Nereus has it to a T.
He's just trying to keep you guys on track. Truthfully, he
No,
doesn't care what
he's
we do.
not. He doesn't give a. He doesn't care. He doesn't give
I
a
think he's trying to
flying-
guilt you.
Now
and
you're
Tartan.
lying. Yeah, no, he doesn't care about. We had to pay him.
You guys are choosing to pay him.
Yeah, you're
First
paying
of
him.
all-
You're barely paying him anything, honestly.
Yeah, you're an employee, so
So shut up and color.
zip it and
I
march.
mean, you're the one giving him a voice. You're asked everybody. You've specifically called out employees, employer. You didn't say.
I wanted to disregard that relationship. Yeah. That was my
Well,
point.
you can't have it both ways, buddy.
My point of calling out that relationship was to give you a vote, not take it away from you.
hmm
I digress. I'm now just talking to a campfire, so I suppose it's time to go to sleep.
Well, Stilka's there, looking at you.
I don't allow that conversation to happen because I don't think he wants to carry a conversation. I pat him on the shoulder and say, let's get some sleep, man. And I'm
Oh.
going to pass out.
If anyone would like to join me in my newly erected magical hut, you guys are more than welcome to come join me.
Well, that sounds totally appropriate.
Hey, yeah. Why don't you come join me, my daddy hut?
Oh, in his erected tent.
In my
Tiny
in my
hut.
erect-
My
Good lord.
Come on!
Phrasing.
It's nice and warm.
Nice and warm. It actually says that in the spell. It's comfortable and dry regardless of the weather.
All right, so everyone's getting some sleep. No one wanting to do anything for the rest of the night. Everyone just resting.
Yep.
Yep. So it's about 5:30 in the morning here. As the snow continues to go down, some of the canopies are covered in snow. It seems that Burrows still can Kalana are all up at this point. They've all rested early, getting the snow off. They're now hitching the animals to the actual wagons themselves, getting them prepared for the journey ahead of getting off of the pass, aimed back towards High Rock, right? So aimed at that endeavor, kind of not wanting to incur any further danger, just following directions from all of you, especially Kalan. I think at this point, seeing all of what you're capable of and had happen, right? Taking it very seriously. At this stage, I'm going to go ahead and just advance time. I mean, as you guys are navigating off of the pass, headed in that direction, and going back to Harak, I'm going to go ahead and get some maps kind of toggled on and get this all kind of set up.
At some point during the journey, I'd like to take Indigo. And these two conversations can happen either together or separately, but Indigo and Tarden, in a place where no members of the Harak Mining Company drivers can hear, and ask, what is the current version of the plan that involves our task at hand? What is this by surprise? Are we going into the front door? Are we going in during the day? Are we going climbing through a window? Are we going in at night? Does he know we're coming? Are we sitting down for a meal?
I'm going through the front door. I don't know what anyone else is doing, but
I believe that we seek an audience with him, under the guise of town safety. We don't mention the hand-masked people, who obviously reacted to his voice. We don't act like we're on to him. We don't give him a reason to think that we know more than we know. We just let him know that we were attacked by two groups of people. We proceeded further down the pass. We were attacked again. We sought, with clear heads, to turn around and inform him that there seems to be something else ahead, so he can send guards to investigate if he wishes to continue to make money.
Well, I just want you to start. I guess I'm speaking to Tarden now. I want to have this tactical conversation, but I'd also would like to, in exchange for my vote, in exchange for our cooperation, which I'm more than happy to give, I would like to remind Tarden that what we are proposing doing, I have to be careful about the wording because I don't want any of the cab drivers, the wagon drivers, to overhear us necessarily, or understand it. What we are proposing doing
Is
a pretty serious thing, and it more or less flies in the face of my ethical code. It might seem like a strange thing for me to say, but I'm going to need you to, at some point in the next, between now and when we kill him, I mean, now and when we spaghetti, to make me okay with doing it. Is that
Well,
a reasonable-
would your moral code allow you to get revenge on somebody that tried to kill you and your comrades via an execution order?
Yes. Revenge?
Out
Almost. I'm going to say all.
Out
Yeah,
of
sorry.
character, real quick. Sir Dougal, you do know that innocents were killed in the caravan that was set up as an ambush.
Does he? That's right when.
Oh yeah, he wasn't here.
He wasn't
That's
here.
why
That's
he
right
was
when-
selling
that's
out of
right when
character.
He wasn't here, so he doesn't know. But yes, you would
Yeah.
know that innocents were killed. And from the information that's been provided, you know that this particular individual might have been a mastermind type character. Too.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. I mean, I hear you. So what I mean to say though is that the what if I phrase it this way? The exception that I take with your argument is not that I don't think they don't deserve justice. It's that I make a distinction between justice and vigilantism. And as we are now, the position we are in now, by my compass, could best be described as hired assassins. And although this man might be a criminal and he might deserve death, I can at best be only one of the three: judge, jury, or executioner. Do not ask me to be all of them.
I have a proposal that would probably suit you very well. We confront him. We confront him, and if he resists, we knock him out, restrain him, and bring him before the prince. Didn't say that his head had to be removed from his body. Let them have a conversation and handle it as they will. Or it's not going to be to the agreement, but attempt to have him turned over to authorities or arrested. And if he resists, then maybe there is an escalation there. But we don't
Right.
know how he's going to react when we get there and present the mask with the handprint on it.
No,
When
you're
all the
100%
cards
right.
are on the table.
We all
Yes.
know in character, though, that he is the authority and law in the town. So
Right. So who are you turning him over to?
Well, I mean, you guys have told me out of character, though, specifically, he does answer to somebody somewhere.
Oh well, like the Lord at the town we were,
Yeah,
or city
like-
we were
Yeah.
going
We
to.
would have-
In
yes.
the city, we're
But
not
we have
going
to. We would literally have to go to the city and be like, "Hey, we
Turn
think this
around.
guy's bad. Do we have your authority to arrest this guy?"
I'm not saying it's a great option, but I'm saying if
Right.
you're not cool with killing him, there is an option. It's not the easiest option, but if you'd rather him be brought before justice, tie his
I'm
ass
just
up, bring him
saying-
all the way to the city with us.
Right. I hear you, and maybe I don't want to be too trivial about it, but Sir Dougal is not going to don a mask and sneak into his house at night while he's sleeping and cut his head off in order to deliver on this promise. So the reason I guess the reason I wanted to spark this conversation about how are we expecting to do this is because once you guys start putting on the ski masks, Sir Dougal is not going to.
I had no intention to disguise myself.
I was speaking metaphorically. I meant
Yes.
maybe I should have rephrased it.
Well, from my point of view, if it makes any, if it gives you any consolation, I am very upfront and honest, and I like to take a challenge head on, face to face. I'm not too big on sneaking, even though I'm pretty good at it. But an unconscious, like unarmed person in a bed, not an assassin. I'm a good fighter, and I'm a doctor, but I'm not an assassin.
Good. Okay. Even if we, especially if we don't agree, I wanted to say that before we got there, because I don't know how this was playing out in your minds, but I hope you have the same. I hope you have. Good. I'm just going to say good.
Yeah.
It sounds like it's communicated.
I don't think anybody's. It sounds like to me. I don't think anybody's going to be. I mean, just busting in the door or
Yeah.
like disguising themselves. I think this is taking it very much in the interpretation that, we're gonna just encounter and see what happens. Talk or figure this out. So I think
I can't wait.
I think you'll be all right. So, as the day progresses, as you travel, you want to talk, just interrupt me through this. As the day progresses, I'm going to go ahead and advance the clock all the way to about 7:30-ish p.m. I'm going to go ahead and advance. As you come back to the village, you begin to ride in with the caravan, making way through the same spot that you were ambushed. The wagons themselves still there. The tree still toppled. Signs of what had happened hours and hours before. Still there. Doesn't seem to be disturbed. No one has changed it. There are no wagons that have came by here in this time frame yet. Right. Finishing this journey, 7:30, stride into Harrock. Passing by the Frosthill Tavern, you get to a point where Kalan kind of sees it, passes by, looks up in the direction of the hills and the mountainside where the actual field house is located, turns around, kind of stops for a second, and yells out, "Are we leaving you all here, or are you coming with us to the field house to see Pelu?"
I'm gonna speak up if nobody else does and say, I think that you can give Pelu the information he needs in regard to why we returned.
Of course, I will do so, and I will keep it as secretive as possible. I think that is just explaining that there were dangers in the past and things were stopping our travel. Hope to see you all soon, and maybe for the next caravan, who knows?
You're definitely better to have you with us than not with us when we take that trip. So we thank you for your efforts on the trail.
Of course, and it was a pleasure fighting alongside all of you. I will see you soon, hopefully. Kind of begins to make way with the wagons, and if you're hopping off now, if not, right, rounds the bend of the large stables and begins to take the caravan up towards the actual field house. So I think at this point, wherever you all want to disembark, your call.
I think we all.
Okay.
Just hop off after riding down a trail all day. I could stand to walk for just a second before I throw a punch.
Okay. So as you hop off, There are people, miners are coming into the village currently. They're striding in, so they're kind of occupying the road, and some of which are piling into the Frosty Hill Tavern to get a drink, to get some food. The smells, kind of pluming of fresh baked bread, as well as luscious meat that's been roasting for a long time. You hear the sounds of cheering coming through, as well as light as it pierces through the door as it opens and closes. There are lights now being pitched in the actual market square. It's been sectioned off. Many of the people are kind of sitting by tables near the fires and becoming jovial and laughter. Blacksmith working day and night continues hammering away. The stage. Are we heading directly to the manor? Are we getting a
That
drink?
would
Are we
have my
resting?
vote.
I think so.
Yeah, I think we just head directly to the manor. We just walk through town, act like nothing's wrong.
Not to overplan, but are we intending to do this quickly?
I think we give him a chance to explain why he tried to kill us. Unless anyone has.
Well, as you know, my voice is very compelling. If you'd like, I could try and lull him into paying attention to me and we can tie him up.
I think that satisfies our needs. We just need to deliver him to the prince. Nothing
it
says we
doesn't
have to be the one that
work-
kills him.
I just want to be as efficient as possible. I don't like things being sloppy.
Okay. So you begin to navigate through the village, coming through the market square. Eyes are not upon you. People are currently trying to get set up for dinner, get set up in their establishments. Fires, the hovels, doors are opening, closing. Smoke is billowing. It's thick. It's difficult to breathe at times. You begin to navigate through some of the crossroads and the intricate little pathways that are entrenched of snow and dirt and rock. Eventually, you see the manor. Two-story structure, clay tiled roof, metal etched glazed windows. Fresh smoke billowing from many of its chimneys, and a small cobbled path that leads from the road directly to it. Garden on either side. You don't see any guard. In fact, you haven't seen any as you've made this journey. Double wooden door with kind of pocket windows sits there, directly facing the cobbled path and the small garden. We're going to activate the scene.
Do we see smoke coming from the chimneys?
All of which.
Yeah, you said all of them.
All of them.
What kind of a house has more than one chimney? I say as we walk up.
Nobody has two televisions.
Shall we knock on the door? Is everyone ready?
I'm already
Well-
knocking.
So you bang on it. A couple minutes pass by. Some shuffling of feet upon marble. Eventually, the door unlocks. It opens. You see Elise stretching and looking towards you all. Eyes, eyebrow up and looking at you all. And, oh, hello. How may? Oh, excuse me. How may we help you?
I'm pushing right past her.
We seek an audience with the Duke.
Well, if you would all mind staying within the inner entry chamber here. The Duke is currently at dinner. I will go ahead and ask for an appropriate audience. May I ask exactly, with back at the door, what exactly is transpiring at the current?
We had some issues on the road, and we were hoping the Duke could shed some light on them.
Issues on the road, hoping that you could shed light. Well, I will certainly ask, and I will be with you in just a moment. If you would mind, please shutting the door. It's quite cold. We don't want to let out the warmth.
Sir Dougal goes to shut the door and waits Oh man. Waits for her to open her door first. Does she wait for me to close the door before she opens her door?
Oh, she's just going in time, in stride. Opens the
Perfect.
door, steps through, and shuts the door.
These are windows on the other side, right?
They're correct. Those are windows, and they are openable. You can't open those windows yet.
So Dougal's going to shut the door with him on the outside and double time it around towards the back of the estate where those windows are.
You're going to try to literally sprint around the entire building?
Just run, dash, double dash, whatever, full
Getting to this
speed.
point, running around the building, you stop. Go ahead and pause. You see a double wooden doors leading into the structure. Well, at least two of them, north and south, within a small pathway that's been dug out between lumber and wood, as well as been pitched with a canopy over top, and kind of provides some protection. But it's kind of shoveled and stored here. Continuing to round. See, as you round through, conversation is midst. They've begun the conversation. You see the Duke is currently swiveling a golden goblet of wine with the pitcher. There's food on the actual plate, as well as a half of a pig or a boar of some kind has been roasted, sort of vegetables and other just fruit and different things. Not nearly a full coursed meal, but just an extravagant one. Elise, I understand. Of course, I will tell them. Yes. Walks back. If you all would please. The Duke is at dinner, if you want to make yourselves comfortable. Are you all hungry?
Famished. Thank you for asking.
No.
Do we get to join him again?
Yes, you may join at the table. It has been accepted. I will reach back to the cook, and I will see if we can set out some more food for you a lot. Please, come in. Make yourselves warm. Shuts the door. Aries, please make a wisdom saving throw. Or a charisma saving throw, sorry.
Nice.
Ooh, suck it,
Elise
Elise.
touches you on the kind of the arm and the shoulder, kind of grabs your shoulder just a little bit. Excuse me, and kind of pushes past you a little bit to grab the door and finish it closing with your aid. It's back, disappears into the kitchen, shuts the door. Well, if it isn't you all fine people, are you? Elise has informed me just quaint trouble in the past. What exactly is happening? Please do tell.
Well, as you're aware, the mining company made contact with a dwarven civilization, if you will. Seems they did not take very kindly to their home being interrupted, and even their territory disputed. In doing so, we were attacked by another group of humans. We're not quite sure what that was all about. Seemed as if they were working together. You're not aware of any bandits or anything along the path, are you?
Bandits along the path. Well, I have heard that some of the caravans have not been successful. I would just chalk that up to being beasts, or maybe some other folk that desire their need for hard-earned ore or other materials. I imagine they could be bandits, yes? I mean, that's possible. I would send some of my guard, but the conditions are so poor, and there's just so few of them. And quite honestly, the protection of this village is paramount, and I've always employed Bailu to start spending some of that coin for maybe some mercenaries or others, and I have sent many messages to Lord Down for Lore on Bailu's request for aid and protection of these caravans, and, well, have been met with nothing.
Can I insight check that
I was
that
about
comment?
to say this. I was about to say the same thing.
Oof.
Or well, I can't do it if Tartan did it, right?
You can. Anybody can roll their own insight, it's your own passiveness to see if someone's lying. 21.
Oh, Duke, you have a bit of something right there.
Oh, what is it? Is it on my tunic? Did I spill wine? Oh, I have such a klutz sometimes. Natural 1, you're unable to tell Tartan much of anything with that roll. Indigo 21 seems to be telling the truth. Excessive. Let's see. 16 is the DC. Success. Succeeded. Does not fall into your gaze. It's locked into your eyes for a split second. Kind of stares at them, bewildered and motivated, and then snaps out of them for a split second. Wine for you? Yes. Would you like some wine?
No, thank you.
Oh. I'm sure Elise will get you all situated with the cook. I'm sure there's plenty of food for you lot. Don't worry.
Duke,
Ah, yes.
we request that you come with us in. How do I want to say this? There is an important diplomatic matter that only someone with your authority could solve.
Well, I'm not going to go with. I mean, I know we are acquaintances and we have shared at the table, but I honestly I don't really know you all, and I don't know what that means. Diplomatic relations? Is it somebody that can come here to the manor and have a conversation?
No.
Well, I would hope that you can elaborate further on this. That is, I mean, a very scarce amount of information.
We want to take you to meet Prince Grull Stonefist. And
Prince
this
Grull
may
Stonefist.
be-
A
This
prince?
is a rare opportunity to solve the conflict in the mines without or before there is more bloodshed.
Oh, well, oh, let me think about this for a moment. What you're saying is that the mines, more bloodshed, requires me.
Yes.
That I'm supposed to talk to this one.
Yes, you are the only one in town with the proper
I mean, maybe we
status.
should get the Lord down for low on this. This is a prince we're talking about here. With who? With the same. You were mentioning the civilization, the creatures that attack the mine.
Yes.
I mean, this seems definitely something we need to get on. I can send a message. In fact, perhaps all of you can get to Othema for me and maybe seek an audience with the Lord and go on my behalf. I'll give you my blessing as well as my sigil.
The prince requested you, not the lord.
Why would the prince request me? I mean, I'm a simple duke in a small mining
Tell
village.
us.
I have nothing to hide here, and I have nothing to do beyond just running the day-to-day operations beside the mine. I mean, maybe does this prince have interest in the mine? I mean, there was a reason why they tunneled in, right?
Duke, I would love to answer your questions, and I will, to the best of my ability.
Well, then sit down.
But
He's getting all
si-
crazed, walking around, going back and forth. Take a chair.
Since you have no desire to hide anything from us, then would you object to, call it paranoia on my part? I would like to cast a spell And I would like you to not resist the magic, because neither of us have anything to hide.
Now, that seems like an extremely intrusive direction, especially for someone that just won't sit down at the table and have a simple conversation. Now, I will do nothing but the sort, as maybe you all are sent here for some other purpose. I have no idea. This is extremely, extremely disrespectful. Coming into my manor and not being honest and not having a conversation with me here at this point, and now you're wanting to cast magic on me, and you want to pull me away for some audience, and not even truly explaining why it is that I'm requested beyond my associations. I believe and I do speak of a manner of power here, and it's many different courts that I've been attending to, as well as running my own business for much of my life. This is something that we do need to seek Lord Down for law for. I mean, if there's a case for this, to march paladins as well as the authority of a true lord, then this is what is necessary. I mean, we are a simple, humble mining village, and the funds of my estate only go so far.
Duke, the prince requested you by name. Will you come with us to meet him, or will you not?
Well, the answer in conclusion, if you will, since you're pressing before we even had simple food here at the table, is no, I am not going to risk my life in some sort of endeavor in something that I simply have no knowledge about. And coming from all of you and stating something quite nefarious as far as I might add. In fact, stands up, grabs the goblet. If you all would please leave, I think it is an appropriate time, unless you are here to dine and enjoy a meal on my behalf. You also should say out of character what happened to Frederick. No one stated.
Oh,
I just went Frederick along with the caravan. So.
yeah, that's fine. He can be in jail with Kalan. Kalan can lock him up. I'm okay with that.
Someone
Pull
has
yourself up
asked
by your
by the-
bootstraps, kid.
I would like to present the mask to the Duke.
Is
Do
there
you
food on the table?
recognize this?
Do I recognize what? What is that? Let me get a look at that. Hand it here.
I'm going to step towards him next to her rock.
Early standing up.
I will pass him the mask.
Takes and looks at it. Drab garbs if I've ever seen them. And what is this print? It's strange from the barbaric, as far as I'm concerned. Who had
Did
this
you
on
put
them?
your hand on that print?
You want me to put my hand on that? I have simply no idea where that's been. It's disgusting and filthy.
Just over the print. I just want to see if your hand happens to.
Fine, so be it. It's the hand over the print, just kind of hovers it over the top.
Does it look like it matches?
It does. Well, that is quite odd. It seems that this individual has the same size of hand as I do. Suppose.
Do you
things
have
always are.
family, Duke?
Well, I have a wife and, well, no children to speak of, unfortunately, and always wondered if it was myself personally, but no, I have my wife and my manor in my state in Latham. I mean, counts as family, I suppose.
Can I insight to see if he was being truthful about not knowing where that mask came from?
At this point, Elise walks out with platters in hand. I brought you all food. Is it a good time? Duke? Yes. I believe so. I think it's a good time we all sit down and enjoy a meal, yes?
I don't see why not.
Fantastic. Elise, if you will, please serve them up. And yes, we're having boar with a nice cherry glaze and some vegetables, and of course there's accoutrement if you'd like. And to drink, anybody? I have wine here in this pitcher. I can give you some, or I can crack another bottle of something else. No. Nobody. Well, you all seem to be traumatized at this present moment. And this one just keeps standing hulking over my shoulder. Elise, thank you. Elise makes way. Disappears back in the kitchen after the food's been delivered and served.
I'm gonna address the three of us that are in here. We are on a tight schedule, aren't we?
Yes, I suppose so.
So do we quit the beating around the bush then and just ask our questions?
Cast out magic.
Oh my god.
Throwing
Oh my
it outwards,
God.
a whole person you see slightly becoming rigid and then shakes the head. What was that? Oof, the wine must be getting to me. I do apologize. I've had quite a lot tonight. Pours another glass. Listen, if you will, please sit down. Let us have a good dinner, and this one, maybe getting this one back on track. Yes, you good lad. All right. Sits down and begins to eat. It's quite delicious.
Oh my god.
What are you looking for? In particular, as far as your hunter sense.
Let's see if this guy is. I don't know.
Well, based on just blatant information, they don't seem to have any of those categories that are listed within the context of that. There's nothing really there, and currently, based on what your passive insight and perceptions are, they seem to be. Obviously, they were offended, and they're attempting to move past that transgression.
Yeah. I don't know. I think regardless of all of our feelings, we need to like make this guy come with us either, well, by force since he's not cooperating, but I
will probably state
will
maybe
ask
I know
out of character.
Yeah, out of character. I know you got it. Again, we're in character at this point at the table. I mean, if you're going to start throwing curveballs and stuff, you can always try to maybe, I'm going to use the bathroom, take a step out of the hall here. But the Duke is eating. Some of you have sat down. Food's at your plates. You're definitely in the midst of it right now.
Duke, the people that were wearing those masks seem to refer to you as Master. Maybe not necessarily you, but your voice and your persona and your presence.
So who are these individuals?
They are people that attacked at least 2 of your caravans that have tried to leave here to make you money. One of which was burned to the ground with dead bodies around it.
Oh,
The other was ours.
dead bodies. People have died. Seems to be rather
Multiple
genuine.
people.
That is horrific. Fine people
Yes.
here, Iraq. I am greatly disturbed.
And this is why we need you to come with us.
Well, I feel like this would just simply lead to more bloodshed, sufficing who. Now, you're saying this is my voice.
Yes. These people seem to believe they are following you.
And is this the civilization that of the ones that tunneled in?
That civilization seems to be in collusion with this group of people, which puts you at the head of the spear Is there anyone that would look to set you up? Any political rivals? The Lord maybe trying to
The Lord
replace
is,
you?
No, the Lord is definitely not involved in this, I can tell you that. Replacement of me, I've ran a great ship here, I feel. We've met our quota, and 24/7, we've done great work here in this village. I fail to see the reasoning. I do fail. I mean, I appreciate you bringing this to my attention, and now I can see why this one won't sit down. But let me be quite frank, it seems rather counterintuitive, doesn't it, that I would be necessary to move material, yet I'm at the helm of hindering it. It's as simple
Maybe
as
you're trying to
opposing
make
my
a
own
power
ship.
play of your own.
A power play of what? A humble village here? I mean, I don't mean to be rude. I'm so sorry. If you would give us the room. You see the servant's been sitting at the corner the whole time begin to disappear. Oh, I do apologize. He's lived here most of his life. Let me be clear. I have grown up with a life of very lavish luxuries. And my estate is, I mean, this manor is beautiful, but my estate is far greater. And it's much warmer there. Sandy beaches. I don't mean to sound rude or, I would say, patronizing, but I was put in this post establishment for pursuing more bureaucracy or governmental pursuits. I would hope that by doing my good service for some odd amount of years, it could be passed up to even the People's Palace, maybe even serve on the court to the king themselves. I have great promise there. I have ran my business for dozens and dozens of years, a fine shipping company, and we've done great at the Arillo Enterprises. But I think at this stage, I was looking for maybe something to a long-lasting legacy beyond my company, and I really fail to see why I would jeopardize something like that.
I'm gonna slide down the table to here. And just whisper to Torden, I don't think it's him.
I would agree with you. I'm going to whisper back. I'm going to look at the Duke. I know that we haven't known each other very long. However, my friend here, I'm going to look to Haruk, his heart is in the right place. And this magic that he speaks of would assure us all that you were telling the truth. What would it take for us to put your mind at ease with the magic?
I believe I've been very truthful and honest to you all. I've accepted you into my manor, after all, for dinner, no less, without any sort of preoccupation of audience. I feel like that is truthful in itself. And I've been very forthcoming with a great many deals of information. In fact, I've shown genuine interest in all of you, just as someone that has an ear. Now, as far as this magic is concerned, I just do not feel safe in this endeavor. I quite honestly believe, now that this one is talking over me, that maybe you all assume I'm something I'm not, and maybe my life is at jeopardy here.
We would not kill an innocent man, which is why we're just asking for a little cooperation. As you're aware of, it's the same that you would wish for anyone that you thought had done something atrocious.
Lise is grabbing firewood currently, has left the door. As it does, it opens up through to where you see Lise is grabbing bundles of firewood currently in the kind of the forearms and arms. Doesn't seem to pay too much attention to you, walks back around, opens the door, disappears in, shuts it. Were you trying to talk with them?
No.
Okay.
Not as long as she headed back in.
Duke, would
Maybe-
you mind if we asked your right hand a few questions?
What? My right hand? What do you mean? Oh, you mean
Please.
Lise? Ah,
Please.
well, Lise has been a great servant to me and has been fantastic for many years. I mean, of course, we can ask questions of Elise. I'm sure Elise is forthcoming, but I am quite honestly, I believe it's late, and maybe this can happen in the morning. I have drank a good deal of wine, and I am not a fool. I feel my life is a jeopardy here, and quite a long arm's reach away from the guard, and that would not suffice to my needs. Perhaps we can set something up in the morning. I can have the guard here, and we can do this properly if you're attempting to investigate this matter.
Would the guard being here allow you to trust our magic a bit more?
No, I don't believe I would do anything of the sort. I don't want to be compelled in magical pursuits. It could be anything. I've heard a great deal of magic is capable of a good lot, and I don't feel like I would be subjected to anything of such a violent nature. I've heard many stories from the Talthars getting their extractions, interrogations, and pursuits of the truth, the circles of what they call them, and I can hear it can be greatly intrusive.
Does Elise know magic?
I don't believe so. I mean, if Elise knows magic, it could be in a previous life to when she was brought into my service.
You think she could manipulate your voice, make it sound like when she talks, it's your words that come out of it?
I mean, I have no idea of what magic is capable of. I just know a great deal, a great lot. I suppose that could be one of those situations, if Elise is the practitioner of that, but I would hardly accept that you would accuse not only me now, but now you're passing it over to one of my servants. Again, I think this is time for the morning, and if you're not here to if you're not here to eat and enjoy your meal, I think it's present that we adjourn the company for this evening.
Duke, I will give you two options. The first is that you come with us right now. We go and meet Prince Grull Stonefist with you in the company of 5 capable guards in a position of power, or we can drag you there forcibly.
Stands up. Gets to backtrack chairs, falls over, goes to the door. I will do nothing of the sort! You all get out of here immediately! That is extremely offensive. My own matter, for Pelor's sake. Be gone with you all. Opens the door a crack. Elise, fetch the guard, quickly.
I don't want to.
What do you all do? Maybe.
I don't want to do what I did last time, but
Well.
I also do.
And just check the time. Sounds like a good stopping point, in my own opinion. So,
Yes, it does.
it's a good clip. All right, so as the door opens up a tiny bit of crack, the Duke calls for aid, calls for the guard, is essentially asking Elise to do this. As it seems as though your magical effects have been null and void on this particular character. And your insight rolls have given you nothing of evidence to suggest they are a part of this. The physical evidence of the handprint are there. They also are opposing the idea of being affected by magic. But again, that doesn't necessarily mean anybody's guilty of anything, right? It's basically like, basically like, because you don't want to do this, we know it. But I think at this stage, through your questioning and now hostilities towards the Duke, this is drawing to a conclusion, potentially, of the next session. So, without further ado, I'll go ahead and calculate some experience points for the session today. Is there any questions that anybody has?
I blame Tardan for everything, dude.
You all got tardened.
I'm impressed so far that we didn't just kill him.
I think this is a Dr. Hyde, Mr. Jekyll. Or whatever the correct order of those words are. You know what I meant.
Yeah, we know what you meant.
I tardened myself there, okay?
Oh, classic Tarden. Horse
Yep.
before the cart.
All right, so I have you at 1,160 experience each. That should put you at 8,370 experience total for the session today.
We didn't kill enough people, guys.
Yeah, does Harak have like some sewers we can go grind some rats in?
Yes, live to win till you die, till the fire's in your eyes.
Yeah, we could have went to the headquarters and killed everybody, and we would have got all this XP.
Hey, it's not just killing. It's important. Roleplay experience has been provided here. That is based on roleplay. Getting the meeting with Prince Carl Stonefist, albeit indirectly getting the meeting, just charging for it. But I think that what you all have done, I think it was really good to have that conversation coming together, figuring out where you wanted to go from here, and make sure that you all are centralized in your ideas here of really kind of moving through. Obviously, Nereus isn't happy about it.
Hey, I'm trying to get this thing done as fast as I can.
But maybe
This conversation is not speeding along at all.
Yeah, it's not. And I think now maybe, by Harak just drawing the line with it's this way.
Well, we
or that
came
way.
to take this guy. Like, why are we even talking to him? Like,
I think Nereus is probably pretty happy at this point. Like, fine.
no, he's pretty annoyed because he's already tried to affect him twice, and both were ineffective.
Yeah, we'll see.
Did the rest of us notice Nereus casting that?
I don't think any of you have been around Nereus that long to be able to know. Going back in the previous sessions, I believe Tarden might be the only one to be able to observe this gaze that Nereus does.
Well, yeah, because that's not magical, right? Like, that's like,
It's
like,
not
I mean,
magical.
it is magical, but it's not a spell. Like, it doesn't.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
nothing he does besides talk, and it just happens.
Exactly. So
We're
I mean,
saying.
Tarden might
also
be
the
able to
hold
pick up on the
person.
nuance of it.
The hold
but
person, I'm sure you guys noticed.
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that's more what I was referring to.
Yeah, I think the fact that both of those didn't work worries me more than anything.
Oh, because Nereus is the most powerful character in the party.
No, because I think we can't do magic in this building.
Interesting.
Good.
Good. I mean,
Rock's
I feel like
this is
Harak's
my
in
house now.
My house. Rock's going full work right
Look at
now.
me. Look at me. I'm the Duke now.
I love it. Okay, cool. Well, if you're watching the stream, I mean, didn't necessarily come to, I would say, an anticlimactic. I definitely think that was very interesting interactions with the Duke. Very interesting. The line of questioning that was happening and the throws that were giving off. I think it was really awesome. So if you're watching and joining us for the session today, thanks so much. And we will be back next week. Hopefully, I'm actually probably going to be talking to you all after the session about that one because I got some news. But if so, thanks so much, and we will see you next time. All right. Can't hear you, Harrison.
Harrison, you're muted.
I'm not muted. I was doing it hoping anyone else would scream it. Group 5!